I'm just what I am. That's all. I'm just what I am. That's all.
That's right, baby. That's all. Good evening, everybody. What's up? What's up? We'll get this music turned down here. A great song.
I'm just what I am. That's all.
That's it. I think I'm going to let this play in the background when I say what's up to everybody, too, because I don't know, something about this beat. I just feel like I want to make this my freaking intro from now on. I don't know. So we're going to say what's up to everybody. Good evening. Thanks for hanging out in the members only earlier, if you're a member. And we'll be hanging out tonight. True Crime and Chill Hangout Show. I kind of adjusted the lighting a little bit, so hopefully it's a little better than what it was earlier. I don't know. I got to mess with it. I got to fool with it, but hopefully it looks okay. I can't wait to get some more neons up here. It's going to look cool. We get the piece right up there. Yeah, yeah. What's up, Danger Zone? Still might be a little too loud. Hold on. There we go. Maybe that's not too loud. Let me know if it is. You guys like the space? I love it. It's, the space age funky beat. We'll get to that, but we're all in that same atmosphere, and now we're going on a ride to explore all thoughts, theories, and opinions. That's what that ride is. It's that limo ride that we're all hanging out in the back, just chilling, listening to music, talking amongst ourselves, and enjoying the evening. What's up, Casey, Rumsey, Tanya, Caddy, Nurse DD, Caddy, No Chains, Joanne? Why is it starting me down here? That's weird. There's Kelly, Catastrophe, SM, Bonnie, Shine Bright. What's up? Hopefully, yo, feeling better. Alan, what's up? Nana, you have such a great personality. I'm starting to learn. Detective Golden, what's up? Crazy P. I just love this beat. Where's P Fox? Hashtag bomb with subs. Yeah. I appreciate you too. Thank you so much. Natural Healing, welcome back. What's up, Tana? Tana JP. And of course, for all those trolls out there, this is a peace, positivity, and progress atmosphere. The dumb shit is not allowed here. That's right.
I'm just what I am.
Smooth jazz voice. Hey, what can I do? I don't know. That's all. I am who I am. That's all. Apparently, yes. Yeah, we did watch that. We watched it the night before. Yes, he did. Cappuccino, what's up? Wildcat, Baby Boop, Rach.
Just what I am.
Hey, C, Sally. I don't know why it put me at the bottom. StreamYard's bugging. Yes, thank you, Canadian True Crime Buff, for the lighting. I appreciate it. I look like I'm really oily, though, don't I? I don't know. I got to figure it out because really I'm not oily, but I got to figure it out. I love this beat. Woman Power, what's up? Doesn't the stars kind of go with the music, everybody? It's like we're just. I love it. It's the mood. It's the mood. When do you sleep? In between shows. Dream Suburb, I sleep in between shows. That's like in between the show this morning and tonight. I slept. I'm telling you, if I wish I could give you everything that I have here and up here and just go, but one day, trust me. That's why I work so fucking hard. That's why I work so hard. Oh, whoops, I'm repeating comments here. Whoops, hold on. You know what is hurting? My ears are hurting from wearing my glasses a lot more. Because when usually I'm at home and I'm not on the show, I'm not wearing my damn glasses. I'm just not. And because I've been on the show so much here, Real Men Moisturize. Because I've been on the show like tons of hours. Yeah, my ears are like, ooh, give your ears a break. So I might have to take these glasses off, and I might not be able to read messages. It's good. So just a heads up. but I might take them off at some point tonight and ditch the glasses for a little bit. What are you doing? Still awake? I got a little bit of sleep. We're hanging out tonight. We're gonna be true crime and chill. There's so many things to go over. So many things to go over. Yeah, yeah. All right. So we'll turn that down a little bit. Let's get into that smooth space age funk beat because that's the one that I love. Again, I want to say thank you. This is pretty neat. And speaking of limo, where's it at? This is my lounge screen, but I'm going to use it anyway because I want to show you guys something. So this is my lounge screen right here. Look at this. Look at this emblem that Say Please made. Where's it at? Oh, shoot, it's in the same thing. Hold on. Here, you'll just see it over me. Isn't that so neat? You're just going to see it over my... Brr. Yeah, I'm like some weird space creature now. But look at that. Peace, positivity, progress. It's got the peace, positivity, progress on the bottom, around the sides. The blue diamonds to represent the blue of the show. Look at how perfect that matches. Say Please is so talented. I appreciate all the hard work that you do for the show. The overlays, the cool little intro things, like this, like this. I want to say thank you to Cherry Cherry for doing some things like this and like this for me. Uh, Definitely have talented individuals. That's just a couple. Even Cherry Cherry up in the top right. Whoop, over there. Look at that. You got the CJ with the flashlights. Just different things. I just want to say thank you. I am so surrounded by even the people that just are comfortable enough to hang out and chat, even if you're not comfortable enough to type. Just the fact that you're here. I appreciate everybody. I'm surrounded by beautiful people and talented individuals. Um, I'm so lucky. And I just want to say thank you to all of you guys for real. You guys, it's so amazing, and I appreciate you so much. And I will tell you that every single day, and I hope that you feel it when it's coming from this microphone to your ears. Because there's a lot of shit being typed about me, being said about me, you know what I mean? And I'm just trying to be me, and that's what I'm showing you. And if people have issues with it, it is what it is. Because I don't care about them. What I care about is you. You're the ones that are important to me because you give me what I give you in return, and it's just a beautiful existence. And all we can do is win. All we can do is win. Yeah, Chuck. Thank you, Canadian True Crime Buff. I can't wait to. I was gonna try out. I was gonna try out the blue because I wanted to have blue. So I don't know. I gotta think of something. I might have to get me a couple more, honestly, because I would like to actually. It's really neat, like like when you take it apart, it's so compact. It's awesome. And so it'll be great for travel because I will be using them when I go travel on different locations. If I'm doing lives at certain locations, it's already in the same plug as where my cameras go. So it definitely will all work. Mobile transport, my laptop will be my mobile show device. And then, but I think it'd be cool to have some because I was looking at the blue lights, and the blue light shining on me looked really freaking weird. Like I was like, I don't know, really shiny or something. It looked really odd. So I was like, man, it would be cool to have blue lights on the ground because really they're their own little piece before you put all the pieces together. And to have blue light going up behind me, I think would be really freaking cool. Yes, definitely lit up. The moon the moon is gold tonight. Wow. Blue LEDs in the kitchen. Nice. Are hurricanes about to hit Cali? A hurricane is hitting California? Well, I get Joanne, I have a lot of people looking out for me and you know, screenshots, you know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah. It's out there. It's out there. Oh. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm glad I kind of moved these around, so I think it's better. See, I had them like pointed on me, and I think that was a mistake because now I have them pointed like away or whatever. So I think that helped out with the lighting a little better. Are you serious? A hurricane hitting California? Does that happen? Like, does. What? Hold on. Here it is right here. Hold on. Holy crap. The first tropical storm in 84 years. What the heck? Look at this. This weather. It all of a sudden just went whoosh, you know? It just went whoosh.
Kina, I think a lot of us just want to know, are we over preparing or is this good?
You know, I don't think there's a such thing as over preparing. I think it's always good to over prepare. And then if you don't need what you have, then that's a good thing, as opposed to the opposite and not having what you need. Who wants to be in that kind of situation, right? I want to take you right to the satellite radar and show you what's going on. What's important about this storm is that as you see it, right, it looks very different from the way it did, for example, at this time yesterday. It is a little bit less organized, not as defined in the eye area, but there is still a lot of damage that Hillary can do, even if she continues to weaken and ends up becoming just a tropical depression as she gets closer to us. I want you to keep your eye right in this area here. We call that the right front quadrant. In that area of a hurricane is where you have the biggest potential for isolated tornadoes. And so that is another thing that we'll need to be watching out for. Note, though, that it is not a priority.
A hurricane and a tornado? Hold on. What?
Area here. We call that the right front quadrant. In that area of a hurricane is where you have the biggest potential for isolated tornadoes. And so that is another thing that we'll need to be watching out for. Note, though, that it is not a priority, but it is definitely, in terms of our potential weather elements, severe weather elements, it is something that we need to at least talk about. Heavy rain is definitely on the top of the list with a high chance of that happening. Gusty winds may be moderate, right along with lightning, and tornadoes is just slow, but it's something to be aware of because, again, here in Southern California, we are not used to that. So just keep in mind that as we continue with, as we just showed pictures of lightning and storms and very unstable weather kind of popping up everywhere, that is a very real possibility as well. So I talked about Hillary weakening. Why is she weakening? You can see that she is getting into that cooler water here. Right to the south of this line is where some of the warmer waters are. And of course, as you know, the warmer waters feeds Hillary, but now she's starting to get a little unorganized, not as strong because she is getting into some of that cooler water. That will continue to happen, and that is, yes, a good thing. But remember, Hillary's monstrous. We are going to feel the effects, at least over the next 24 to 48 hours, about 265 miles from the center of the storm. We can feel the effects, whether it be wind or whether it be maybe a little rain. Rain bands are definitely possible. Look at the folks in Vegas right now. They are seeing some of the rain that is coming from Hillary right now, have been since earlier this afternoon. Even as we go as far north as Fresno, those folks are seeing some of the first rains from Hillary all the way down to Bakersfield. They are feeling it as well. And going in a little bit closer, the rain that they are seeing right now in Vegas is light but steady. That will be us as we head toward later on tonight and especially into tomorrow. So let's time this out for you hour by hour. Watching the clock here tonight, right around 11:45, some of the first rain bands coming into the Inland Empire. And of course, as you know, this is an area that we're watching because they are not used to the kind of rain that they're going to be getting. There is nowhere for that rain to go. Then as we head toward 3:15, it starts to kind of get into LA County and then moving northward. Orange County getting some as we get into about 8:15. We start to see more yellows, more oranges. And look at what happens as we head towards Sunday afternoon around 3:45. Just about everybody will be getting in on moderate to heavy rainfall. This is the time where there is the potential for not only the heavy rain, but maybe some storms, maybe some isolated tornadoes, very gusty winds. Then the rest of the system moves up and out of here. And as we head towards Sunday night, we could start to see it really clear out. We'll be left with the clouds, but the bulk of the moisture will be gone and still waves of rain coming in, but nothing like what we'll see as we head toward tomorrow afternoon, right around 3:45. Looking at some of the rain amounts, just to kind of sum this up for you, the further inland you go, the more rain you could see. The folks in the Inland Empire looking at possibly 8 inches, if not more. Some of the models are saying they could see an isolated 10 inches in some areas. The basin seeing about a half an inch to an inch and a half, maybe up to 2. And then down to the south there in the purples, just about 3. So that's what we're going to be watching out for, ladies, as we head toward the next 24 to 48 hours. Very active here in the weather. We're going to be watching out for.
Wow. Do homes have basements there? Because if you're not used to hurricanes, I imagine you have basements, right? And prayers to everybody over there in California. Wow. What happened? No chains? Yeah, right. Mudslides. Because that already that already happened before. Because they had, not that a hurricane came through, but they already had, like, crazy ass downpours, and mudslides were popping off left and fucking right. Mudslides were like boom, 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 because they're not used to that moisture in the soil. And when that moisture in the soil mixes with that dry soil, it starts to fucking shrink and clump, and then all of a sudden you got those mudslides. Some basements, but not many though. Okay. I mean, that's a good thing if there's hurricanes rolling through, because I can't imagine. Wow. I wonder what the sea level is for LA. How high above sea level is it? Is it going to be able to run off easy? I don't know the terrain over there. What kind of What's up, Ruckus? What's up, buddy? Oh boy. Oh wow. What is that, the San Andreas fault line over there? Aren't a lot of areas below sea level? I don't think so. I think it's not like New Orleans, where New Orleans is below sea level. I uh I think LA is New Orleans is below sea level. I believe LA is above, but I'm not sure the terrain, but I'm just thinking, I mean, that's why New Orleans floods like it does when they get hurricanes, is because it's below sea level. They live in a bowl. California isn't, right, Ruckus? You know? It's got to be scary. Everything's off. That's right. Be prepared, definitely. And everybody, Ryan Hall, y'all, you got a cell phone, go to Ryan Hall, y'all. Ryan Hall, I guarantee, will be streaming this storm, and you'll be able to stay updated whether your power goes out, your internet goes out, you're stranded, whatever. As long as you got your phone, you can stay updated to all the warnings on time. A lot of times before your local weather even gets the warnings, Ryan Hall, y'all, gets the warnings on his channel. And they got storm chasers out there. They got live coverage. Definitely. Your phone, you'll always have it with you, and you'll usually have some kind of internet connection if you're able to. Definitely watch Ryan Hall, y'all, when there's any storms, and you will always be updated. Please stay safe during these storms. Where's the storm at the moment? Here, I'll go back to here.
Or is this good?
I don't think there's a such thing as over-preparing. I think it's always good to over-prepare, and then
And this is from 8 minutes ago, okay?
if you don't need what you have, then that's a good thing, as opposed to the opposite and not having what you need. Who wants to be in that kind of situation, right? I want to take you right to the satellite radar and show you what's going on. What's important about this storm is that as you see it, right, it looks very different from the way it did, for example, at this time yesterday. It is a little bit less organized, not as defined in the eye area, but there is still a lot of damage that Hillary can do, even if she continues to weaken and ends up becoming just a tropical depression as she gets closer to us. I want you to keep your eye
it could weaken
right in this area here. We call that the right front quadrant. In that area of a hurricane is where you have the biggest potential for isolated tornadoes. And so that is another thing that we'll need to be watching out for. Note, though, that it is not a priority, but it is definitely, in terms of our potential weather elements, severe weather elements, it is something that we need to at least talk about. Heavy rain is definitely on the top of the list, with a high chance of that happening. Gusty winds may be moderate, right along with lightning, and tornadoes is just slow, but it's something to be aware of, because again, here in Southern California, we are not used to that. So just keep in mind that as we continue with, as we just showed pictures of lightning and storms and very unstable weather kind of popping up everywhere, that is a very real possibility as well. So I talked about Hillary weakening. Why is she weakening? You can see that she is getting into that cooler water here. Right to the south of this line is where some of the warmer waters are. And of course, as you know, the warmer waters feeds Hillary. But now she's starting to get a little unorganized, not as strong, because she is getting into some of that cooler water. That will continue to happen, and that is, yes, a good thing. But remember, Hillary's monstrous. We are going to feel the effects, at least
Okay, and we already watched this one, but thank you for putting that out there. No chains. I'm actually going to show you what he's saying about this storm, and definitely go give him a sub. This is the extra channel. He actually has the regular channel, Ryan Hall Y'all. And so there's two different channels, and I'll give you the link to the other one unless you're able to. I'll go ahead and put the link up there too. And there's meteorologist Andy Hill. He also does help with Ryan Hall, y'all. When they do these live storms, he does a lot of collapse stuff too. So here's him talking about the recent storm that's coming. Let's get his perspective real quick here.
Welcome back, y'all. Ryan Hall here with the weather forecast. I've got one of the most. Welcome back, y'all. Ryan Hall here with the weather forecast. I've got one of the most interesting weather updates I've made in a long time for you. Let's dive right into it. Okay, so first things first, we have to talk about Hurricane Hilary out here in the Pacific Ocean. Let me zoom out to give you context as to where we're looking at right now, okay? Because this is absolutely insane. We've got a Category 4 storm off the coast of Mexico, and it's making a beeline for California. We haven't seen anything even close to this since 1939, but this one is going to be absolutely off the charts in terms of the amount of rainfall that we see and the unprecedented nature of us seeing an actual tropical storm forecasted for the Los Angeles region. The first ever tropical storm watch and warning has been issued up here in Southern California. Right now, Hurricane Hilary has winds up to 130 miles per hour with maximum gusts around 160. It's moving north-northwest, and it's got a minimum central pressure of 943 millibars. Now, as it gets closer to California, it's going to weaken quite a bit with winds around 60 to 70 miles per hour, and it's only going to be a tropical storm. We do not expect a hurricane landfall in California. Here's the latest forecast cone from the National Hurricane Center. You can see we've got hurricane warnings south of Tijuana and then tropical storm warnings all the way up to Los Angeles. Literally, I can't believe this is happening. Like, this is something that you do not see every day. And it's also even crazier that we're seeing a tropical storm make landfall up here in California before Florida even has a chance of seeing a tropical storm. The biggest concern by far with this storm system is going to be flooding. And we've got the first ever high risk of excessive rainfall for Southern California as well tomorrow. And you can see here that moderate risk also goes up into Nevada as well. Okay, so let's start taking a look at what this thing could look like in the future. There's your wind field, okay? You can see here that the strongest winds are still going to be tightly wrapped around the center of circulation around 2 p.m. today. But very quickly, watch what happens with the winds, okay? We go from maximum winds being around 100 miles per hour down to 70, down to 60 very quickly. So the winds with this storm are going to die out in a hurry, especially once this storm gets closer to California. We are not looking at a big time wind risk at all, except for maybe in the higher elevations. Now, don't get me wrong, some 40 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts are going to be possible. And, this area is not used to that at all. But this is not going to be like a traditional hurricane where there's just constant 100 mile per hour winds. The strongest winds will be felt in southwestern Arizona, it looks like. And of course, some of those winds will make it up into Nevada. And of course, some of those winds will make it up into Nevada, Utah, maybe even up there into Montana as we get later into the day on Monday. But they'll be much, much weaker than they are now. Now, although all aspects of this storm are going to be weakening on its approach to California, one thing that's going to hold stronger for longer is the amount of moisture that's being held within the storm. This is showing our precipitable water values. Notice how, they're incredibly high down here right now, but as the storm gets closer to California, it weakens out a little bit, but we still have record-breaking levels of moisture in the air around, 7 p.m. on Sunday in Southern California, and this is when some of that most intense flash flooding is going to be happening. Watch how the moisture gets wrung out along the mountains too. You see that? And all of that precipitation is going to run down into the valleys and cause life-threatening, significant, once-in-a-lifetime type flooding down here. Now, it's already been raining off and on in California and Arizona and Nevada, but the rain's going to start picking up around 2 p.m. today, and it's really going to be nonstop from there. Notice how the greens get darker and we see more widespread rain showers as we go into about 8 a.m. on Sunday. This is when some of the flooding rains are really going to be moving in, and notice how far away the center of circulation still is at this point. So we're going to see extended periods of really incredible rainfall here, and then the heaviest rain will be happening sometime around 11 p.m. on Sunday. And, this give or take 2 or 3 hours here. And that's going to get even more intense in the valley and up into Nevada as we go into the day on Monday. But once we get into, I'd say, the afternoon and evening hours on Monday, most of the heavy rain is going to be out of here. And here's a look at the latest precipitation forecast from the Euro model. I think that this is really conservative. I've seen some models that's shown even more than this, but a widespread 2 to 4 inches of rain cannot be ruled out, with, of course, some closer to 8-inch totals in the higher elevations here. I think even in the valleys, we could see some totals much higher than 4 inches. In fact, I think there's already a couple places that have seen more than 4 inches of rain. Get ready for seriously dangerous mudslides and flash flooding in this area. This is the type of storm is going to cause all kinds of bad things. You're going to see videos of houses floating away. I mean, this is, we've got to get prepared for the worst here. And unfortunately, it's not just the Eastern Pacific Ocean that is lighting up with activity right now. We also have a lot of stuff to watch in the Atlantic Basin. We've got 4 areas of interest, with my main 2 focuses being on this one and this one. Okay, one of these is going to end up being Tropical Storm Emily. And really the only one right now that I think could actually impact our weather here in the U.S. significantly is going to be this one in the Gulf. And still don't know what's going to happen with this. The Gulf of Mexico is obviously primed for hurricane development right now. But even if this doesn't turn into a hurricane, we're going to see a tremendous amount of tropical moisture make its way up into Texas and Louisiana here, bring in a lot of rain. Okay, let's check out these areas of interest here on our GFS forecast model. But look at this bad boy. It's trying to curl up. It's trying to turn into something. And even if it does, I believe it's going to stay out to sea there. Our other 2 areas of interest really kind of go to the wayside here. I don't see much happening with them. I think our focus is going to shift very quickly to the increase in waves coming off of Africa. So here's one that we've got to watch way back towards August 24th. That looks like it could be something. And you think we're done? Absolutely not. Watch Africa spit out another one right there around August 31st. This could also turn into a hurricane. So we're watching the Gulf. We're watching the main development region. Anything that kind of pops up in between is a big question mark right now, because there's still some wind shear out here. So far, so good. We haven't seen anything incredibly concerning coming out of any of these models, but the fact that we're seeing so much activity during peak season is not good, especially since all of this dust, which is what's been helping keep the activity at bay for a while, is falling into the ocean. So you can see by the time we get to August 21st, we're really not going to have a big dust layer out there, which means that the sun's going to be able to better enhance convection, and we're going to see more thunderstorms and possibly even more tropical systems out there. And I know you're tired of seeing this map, but man, this is why we're so concerned. This is not good. This is the hottest the ocean has ever been out here since we started caring about how hot the ocean is. And if a hurricane in perfect conditions were to ride up this way, or even up this way, I don't think we even know what could happen with that. So let's hope for the best and hope that these storms continue to rip themselves apart thanks to upper level varying winds. And here's something interesting. Here's a video of me last year talking about the hurricane season before we had Hurricane Ian. And I was even impressed by how warm the ocean waters were then. As you can see, a lot of the Gulf of Mexico and the Caribbean are what I call bathwater, 85 to 90 degrees over a very large area. That's bathwater, Ryan. What about this? I mean, if that doesn't put it into perspective for you, I don't know what will. Okay, and coming back onto land here for a second, we've got to talk about our heat dome. You see the big area of yellow in the center of the country. Watch how it gets darker and darker. We've got a big area of orange now on August 24th. This is a humongous heat dome, or death ridge, or high pressure heat wave, whatever you want to call it. And this is going to be absolutely controlling our weather for the near future. It's going to make things super hot, especially up here in places like Iowa, Chicago, maybe even down towards Kansas and southern Missouri and those places. We're going to see multiple days in a row above 100 and maybe even 110 degrees. It's going to be absolutely miserable out there. And also, we're going to see storms follow the top of the ridge. So it's going to be very nice weather for most of us, except for the heat. Okay, we're not going to see any big storms, barely any clouds. And like I said, the storm systems are going to follow the top of the ridge. And just look at how much precipitation is dodging the heart of the U.S. Literally, not a drop of rain expected through Thursday of next week in this whole area, as everything literally is avoiding the heat dome like this. So obviously we've got a lot going on out there, but our main focus is going to be out in the tropics. We're about to see a devastating situation out west, and unfortunately one of these areas of interest in the Atlantic eventually is going to produce a hurricane that will likely landfall in the US as well. So I think we're getting close to time to having to utilize the Y'all Squad again. If you don't know what the Y'all Squad is, it's my 501c3 nonprofit organization that provides immediate disaster relief to communities affected by severe weather like tornadoes, hurricanes, and flash floods. We've given away over $200,000 in supplies and assistance so far this year, but I think we're about to need more. So if you're able to, please go over to the y'allsquad.org right now. There's a link at the top of the description, and just hit the donate button here, and you'll be able to make a tax-deductible contribution to our official nonprofit organization. You can do a one-time thing or a monthly thing. It could be any amount that you want, and it's going to help us a lot, okay? I would like to not have to wait until after the disaster happens for once to be able to fundraise and go out there. So let's just go ahead and get ready for the next one and have a big lump sum of money in our Y'all Fund so that we can get out there to help whoever needs help. And I completely understand if you can't make a contribution, nobody's required to, but if you can, I am actually going to be matching your donations all the way up to $10,000. Okay, so hopefully we can get a good chunk of change in there before the next inevitable disaster hits. So once again, go to theyallsquad.org, link in the description, hit the donate button, and help us out. It would mean so much. Thank you guys for all the support. Thanks for allowing me to do this as my job, and I will see you in the next one. Goodbye.
I gotta let him finish that little signature thing that he does, and that's why I let the whole little promotion thing roll through, because they do a lot of great work when it comes to the communities that get affected, and just keeping people updated for these storms. I think it's a great thing that he does. You can tell he definitely cares. And I'm telling you, it's nothing but the best information. That's why it's breaking news, because to me, and everybody knows that's been in the show for a long time. Anytime there's major storms like that, I always like to try and keep people updated as much as I can over on this side. And Ryan Hall is the go-to guy for me. And I'm telling you, always I don't know how, but the dude always seems to have the alerts before the local news. And if you lose power, you usually have your phone with you. So definitely go sub to Ryan Hall, y'all. I am going to give you the original channel. That is like his short video channel that gives you updates. So definitely sub to that one. And then here's the one where he does the live streams for all the storms. And this is the one that you want to definitely sub to. And that's the one that you'll be going to when it comes to the live weather, where you need the alerts and you need, all of that stuff to keep yourself updated. Please stay safe in these storms. Be prepared, because it may not, but then it may could. And definitely, even if the hurricane doesn't swing through, there's definitely going to be flooding. And like he said, and like people said in chat, mudslides, that's a scary thought. And then Michigirl, something about the fault line. So, all right, we're going to switch to another video. This is JLR. And when we were watching the court hearing, we noticed that one of the family members, the aunt, was wearing a firing squad shirt. So I wanted to check this video out real quick.
Jonathan Lee Riches investigates. Brian Kohlberger just had a court hearing on Friday. It lasted over 5 hours.
Okay.
The Gonzalez family attended that hearing, and a member of the Gonzalez family was wearing a interesting T-shirt. I want to share a report. Check this T-shirt out. that Kaylee's aunt was wearing. This is my latest report for your content. Slain Idaho student's aunt flashes firing squad shirt at Kohlberger's hearing. And here is a aunt of Kaylee walking into the Latah County Courthouse. What does this shirt say? I will explain. Brian Kohlberger, charged with the chilling murder of 4 Idaho students, appeared in court Friday for a hearing that spanned over 5 hours. But it was Kaylee Gonzalez's aunt turning heads with her shirt, demanding the suspected killer, face a firing squad. As your content readers know, Kohlberger's legal Eagles made their second plea to halt the trial. Judge, true to his name, wasn't having any of it and kept the trial on its tracks for October 2nd showdown. After Friday's court hearing, a new shirt began circulating online, available just after midnight on Saturday. The black tee carries a powerful message. Justice for Kaylee, hashtag Idaho House Bill 186, shots fired. In reference to House Bill 186, bringing back the firing squad as a method of execution in Idaho. So there you go. Kaylee's aunt right here walking into the court. Shots fired. Idaho House Bill 186. Let me know what you think.
Idaho House Bill 186.
House Bill 186. Shots fired.
Okay, come on, YouTube.
Very powerful message.
Come on, YouTube.
From a family member of Kaylee Gonzalez.
Come on,
wearing
YouTube.
that to Brian Kohlberger's court hearing. House Bill 186.
Did you guys see what the fuck just took
Well, now
place?
to exclusive on ABC News, we are seeing the view from the perspective of Los Angeles SWAT team members.
So last month, they carried out a search in the renewed investigation into the 1996 murder of Tupac Shakur. That happening in Las Vegas. Alex Stone has more.
Nearly 13 hours of body-worn camera video obtained first.
Okay, I did save that, and I'm going to go into that in some episode in the future, but yeah, YouTube. Rock on. Okay. What is it with this stuff bugging like it is? What's up, Brian? Is everything better for you? Thank you for your call on the members only show, LA. I appreciate your comfort there. Let me see here. That's 38 minutes. We're going to be doing our own because we're going to be going into the court hearings. I wanted to this morning. I wanted to knock those out because I do want to get into the body cams. By the way, Ruckus, if you're still in chat, if you have any time available in the next week, I would love to have you on and host you and include you in the body cam deep dive. I would love, if you're comfortable, I would love to have your perspective when it comes to our body cam deep dive. I feel like your thoughts and opinions would be very valuable to the body cam deep dive that we're going to be doing. Seriously, I think it would be invaluable, honestly. And I would love to host you and highlight you as well, sir. So if you are still in chat, please let me know otherwise, or you can hit me up in a DM. Otherwise, I'll reach out to you, and I would love to have you on as well while we do that. Let me see here. This is what was crazy. I did want to show this to you guys because I couldn't believe this shit. Now, we covered Madalena Kochikari a long time ago. Haven't heard nothing much about it. The young girl that was last videoed on the school bus. We knew that the stepdad took her and he went to Michigan somewhere and then came back and they weren't saying shit. And this is what's crazy. This just came out 3 hours ago that the stepfather bonds out and he's back home. What the fuck is that? The fuck is that? What's up,
It has
everybody?
been about 24 hours since Christopher Palmer has been out on bond.
The hell is
He is
this, man?
facing felony charges for failing to report Madalena Kojikari, his stepdaughter, missing. The Cornelius girl was last seen getting off a school bus back in November, but it
This
took
is
3
horrible.
weeks before her parents, including her mother, Diana Kojikari, reported her disappearance to the police. They were both arrested in December. Madalena's mother remains in jail on a $250,000 bond. WCNC Charlotte's Jesse Pierre taking a closer look at the recent court events.
I'll set this bond at $25,000 secured.
After 8 months in custody for failing to report Madalena Kojikari missing, Christopher Palmer, her stepfather, is out on bond. In court Thursday, his attorney Brandon Roseman argued there was no evidence that he hurt Madalena, nor is he a danger to society.
He might not know where Madalena is specifically, but he to this day still believes that Madalena is in the care of Diana with whatever person that she assigned to care for her.
Roseman notes search warrant records support that Madalena's mother, Diana Kojikari, believed Palmer put the family in danger. A text message on December 2nd indicate Diana was with her daughter. And then there is a possible sighting of Madalena in the mountains with Diana's relative.
He's adamant that he does not believe that Diana harmed Madalena. He believes that Diana fervently believes that Madalena is in danger from some unknown third party, apparently related to him placing money and assigning benefits to her in a 401k account.
Palmer's passport has already been surrendered, and he will now have to wear an ankle monitor. Attorney James Exum says that is not rare in these cases.
We got GPS monitoring, so they can monitor your whereabouts for literally any purpose, to be honest with you. A lot of crimes are solved when they're committed by people or in coordination with people who are on the monitor because it puts them near a scene.
Exum says Palmer's attorney requesting a lower bond while Diana's attorney did not could be strategic.
Maybe he wanted to hear how the evidence came out in a hearing for stepdad before doing it for her, but it can be any number of reasons.
Madalena's whereabouts are still unknown. Both parents pleaded not guilty to the felony charge and will have their day in court.
So there doesn't have to be a finding of the child for that. It's just whether a jury is going to believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the parents knew she was missing or had reason to know she was missing and did not report it within 24 hours, basically, of that knowledge.
The state did not offer a plea deal in either case. Jesse Pierre,
That's horrible.
WCNC
That's
Charlotte.
your own child. That's your own child, you know? That's your own child. Why? Oh, no. Come on, YouTube. Don't do it. Yeah, this was crazy. We covered this earlier. Wow. But anyway, it is. It's another sad case, and this dude is out. What the hell, you know? The mom didn't say nothing. It was just so odd. The dude just took, and she didn't say nothing. Didn't say nothing. All right. Let me see here. I wanted to play this video for you guys. This is a Daily Mail video, the DNA riddle, when it comes to the Idaho 4 case. And then I want to go to, let me see here. Let me see. This is about 30 minutes from where I live. Barely got any coverage. Oh, this thing right here, LA? Or the Madalena Kojikari. Madalena Kojikari. I don't understand it. I really don't. It doesn't make sense to me. All right. Daily Mail. We'll get that video ready here in a second, and we'll switch to that. This is the DNA riddle. Now, we're going to be, I don't know, I think what I'm going to do next is, I think I'm going to look through my videos here while we're watching this. I'm going to show you guys about the DNA riddle. And I think I'm going to go through my videos here in my folder, but if something doesn't catch me, with some notice, then I think I'm going to start going into the court hearings tonight. Okay. I wanted to do it earlier, and I think I'm going to try and get it knocked out this evening. Now, with everything that took place at the court hearing yesterday, and with how everything was being discussed, I really feel, and I was really wanting to play the court hearing before the one that was yesterday, but as I was going through all my stuff, I'm like, you know what, I probably should play the one that was before the one that was before. And so it's going to take about 2.5 hours, and I'm going to go through, and we're going to kind of just go through each court hearing. I'm going to have it posted, what the date was that it streamed. It'll tell you the title of which one. It'll tell you the date that it was premiered, so everybody knows and has record of it. And I think it's going to be interesting because I want you guys to pay attention to the verbiage. I want you guys to pay attention to reactions. I'm not talking body analyzation or anything like that, because obviously, we're not going to. What I'm talking about is the verbiage when it comes to the prosecution, the defense, and the judge. The reactions, what is being said based off of what is being responded to or mentioned or noticed, those different things. And when it comes to yesterday, that's when I'm like, man, we really need to go check out all these other ones too. So I'm going to show this DNA riddle from Daily Mail. And then unless anything else catches me, I'm going to look in chat. If there's anything you guys think that we need to hammer on as well, please type it in chat. And then if not, we're going to go into the court hearings. The first one is the third one from the last. 1 second. StreamYard. StreamYard should have been sharing this already. Here we go.
Brian Kohberger was back in court on Tuesday in Idaho for a pre-trial hearing, and the 28-year-old arrived not in his orange prison uniform, but in a black suit, and sat quietly while his lawyers pleaded with the judge on several motions before the court. Specifically, they are asking for the judge to force the state to turn over a bunch of investigative information, including backgrounds on some of the police officers involved in the case who may be called to.
Pappy, since you're hopping in, bro, tomorrow morning I'll be putting a notification out when I'm done with this show. I'll be putting a notification out for the football stuff tomorrow. So if you're available tomorrow around 10 a.m., 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Eastern, let me know, because I'm going to be firing up. I'm not going to be getting the new Madden. I watched a bunch of reviews, and I guess it's junk. So I'm just going to be rolling with the other one. But I am going to be getting into some stuff tomorrow on Madden. So hit me up on Discord, buddy. Let me see here. I may have missed it, but what's the deal with the ex parte? I don't even think it was discussed. We'll go through it again. But if anybody in chat can let me know. But when we saw all the motions, I didn't really, when we went through the court hearing, I didn't really see it being discussed. So that's one of the reasons why I want to kind of go through all of them again. Not only I want to pay attention to the verbiage, I don't want to watch yesterday's, because we did watch it. We did stream it yesterday morning, so you can definitely replay it if you want for our, reaction. But at the same time, I don't want to play that one, then go to the ones before. I kind of want to do it in order and then do each one of them one time again. And that's it. And so that's why I'm starting with one from a few ago. But we will get into that. But yeah, definitely let me know, Pappy.
State to turn over a bunch of investigative information, including backgrounds on some of the police officers involved in the case who may be called to the stand. Kohberger's attorney said that the need for this information as quickly as possible is even more crucial now because the state will seek the death penalty if their client is convicted. Now, on Monday, the Latah County DA's office filed paperwork to inform the court that they are considering all penalties for the quadruple murder suspect, including a capital sentence. In their explanation, the state listed several reasons as to why they could make this a capital case, including the fact that the murders were especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel, manifesting exceptional depravity.
Yeah, and there's the link for No Change. Yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot. And that's right, Catastrophe. I believe there is going to be some paperwork that's going to be popping off here in the next few days, for sure.
On the other side, Brian Kohberger's defense team is now gearing up for what may literally be the fight of his life, and they are mounting a major defense. Kohberger's lawyers claim there is no connection, and that's a quote, between their client and the victims of the Idaho murders. And they don't believe that prosecutors will be able to prove one exists during trial. Clearly, based on the fact that the state is going for the death penalty, they would probably disagree with that there. New court documents are giving us our first clue as to what Brian Kohberger's defense strategy will be in court this October as he fights 4 counts of premeditated murder and 1 count of burglary in the stabbing deaths of Maddie Mogen, Kaylee Gonzalez, Ethan Chapin, and Santa Kernodle.
Right.
We've known for months that a knife sheath was left at the crime scene. It was discovered to the right of Maddie Mogen's body. It was buttoned side down, partially underneath of her.
Or when they do a zoom up of his hands on his lap, it's like, really? What the? I had to go full screen on it. I had to go full screen because it would have creeped in past the coffee cup,
Her and the comforter. On the snap of that K-bar sheath, investigators found a single source of DNA, which they matched to Brian Kohberger. According to prosecutors, the DNA is 5.37 octillion times more likely to belong to Brian Kohberger than any random person off the street. That evidence objectively sounds not great for the defense, but the suspect and his team are working to neutralize this DNA evidence, and they're coming at it from all angles, including the possibility that they believe it could have been planted. In their own words, the DNA discovered at the scene and how it was tested is, quote, extremely important to the defense in this case. I am not a lawyer, but I've been reporting on these types of cases for more than a decade. It sounds to me like they are trying to put together a solid objection to the DNA evidence being admitted at all at trial, which would be fascinating to see at court. If the jury never gets to hear that Kohberger's DNA was found at the crime scene, on the item that likely held the murder weapon and touching one of the victim's bodies, well, it would be a crushing blow to the prosecution. Back in an earlier video, I spoke to attorney Nima Rahmani, who correctly predicted that Kohberger's team would attack the DNA evidence at trial, and that is exactly what we are seeing unfold.
The defense is going to attack the evidence in this case, and one thing that I expect them to do is attack the DNA, say it's not reliable, it's only one source, and it could have been transferred there by anyone, and there's going to be a whole host of other people that have DNA there. They're also going to attack the other key evidence cited by the prosecution. We know the cell site evidence is key, but the defense is already trying to poke holes in that, saying that the cell phone evidence doesn't match up with the video surveillance of the white Hyundai Elantra, maybe minutes off. So all the defense can do in a case like this is raise reasonable doubt. So whatever they can do to attack the prosecution's key evidence, that's what they're going to do. They're going to put up factual roadblocks as well as legal hurdles as well. That's why you see them attacking everything, whether it's pushing for a gag order in this case or going through a full preliminary hearing. We're going to see approximately a week of witness testimony. They're not going to waive preliminary hearing in a case like this. They're going to do everything they can to try to win this case by raising a reasonable doubt with one or more jurors or even on appeal.
So how are they going to do this? Not to get too into the weeds of the legal jargon, the argument right now between the defense and the prosecution is all about discovery. According to the American Bar Association, discovery is the formal process of exchanging information between the parties about the witnesses and evidence they will present at trial. The reason this rule exists is to prevent trial by ambush. basically to avoid those gotcha moments that we love on Law and Order. Every defendant is innocent until proven guilty and has a constitutional right to a fair trial. The discovery process helps guarantee that. So how does all of that specifically relate to the Idaho murder case? Well, Kohberger's lawyers believe that prosecutors have information that should be by law disclosed to the defense. The defense is claiming that Latah County prosecutors are withholding specific information, which is effectively, quote, hiding its entire case. The main issue that Kohberger's team is focusing on has to do with the DNA that investigators discovered on the snap of that knife sheet. The DNA was first run through the law enforcement database CODIS, but it didn't get a hit. Now, at the time, all law enforcement knew about that profile was that it belonged to someone genetically male. That was it. According to prosecutors, law enforcement then turned to investigative genetic genealogy to craft a family tree in the hopes of finding a lead. The FBI actually handled out building the suspect profile's family tree. They did it using public resources, the same way you or I would utilize services like 23andMe or Ancestry.com, as well as some databases available only to law enforcement. FBI investigators ended up coming up with a network of hundreds of people related to the suspect, and were able to then narrow that list down to Bryan Kohberger. How they narrowed it down to him is a huge question that the defense has. But at any rate, the FBI sent that tip to local law enforcement and told them to look into the WSU graduate student. From there, local authorities dug into Kohberger to piece together enough evidence of his potential guilt to secure an arrest warrant. The most crucial piece of that evidence was a different DNA sample than the one we've just been talking about. This one was taken from Bryan Kohberger's father. It was obtained from an item in the family's trash and matched with a 99.998% accuracy to being from the father of the sample left on the knife sheet. Translation: the sample on the sheath was Bryan Kohberger's. After Kohberger was arrested, his DNA was taken by law enforcement via a cheek swab and then finally compared against that original sample from the knife sheath. I know this sounds like a lot, and I've actually left out the really tedious sciencey stuff, but I've spoken to experts who have pointed out that this DNA evidence could be the difference between a guilty or not guilty verdict. This is why it is paramount for Kohberger's team to poke holes in its authenticity if they want to have any shot of him walking free. Now, they don't seem to be disputing that the touch DNA on the sheath belongs to Kohberger. They seem to be preparing to tear down the science around how it was tested and how it got there to begin with. And the prosecution is trying to keep secret some of that genetic genealogy information. And their reasons are twofold. One, the majority of the workflow was done by the FBI inside of online portals on the website. Prosecutors say they didn't document their work or print things out on their way to that family tree. So they say the documentation the defense wants doesn't exist. And second, there's a desire to protect the identities of the hundreds of relatives whose information was used to help populate the family tree. The state wants a judge to issue an order of protection for this information, meaning that they wouldn't have to turn it over to the other side. But in court documents, the defense essentially calls BS on the whole argument and instead wants the judge to compel the state to release all of that information. Here is how one attorney, Kohberger, put it. The defense is to guess whether the state focused its investigation on Mr. Kohberger via a bizarrely complex DNA tree experiment or through its faulty identification of the vehicle involved in the case. And what they're asking for here is pretty illuminating too. Some of the discovery that Kohberger's team wants includes things like emails and texts regarding biological testing in the investigation and information on all the lab personnel who worked on the case. Now, at the top of the video, I mentioned the theory that Kohberger's DNA could have been planted on the knife sheath. I personally don't buy it, but in court documents, Team Kohberger seems to suggest just that. This is how they worded it. What the state's argument asks this court and Mr. Kohberger to assume is that the DNA on the sheath was placed there by Mr. Kohberger and not someone else during an investigation that spans hundreds of members of law enforcement and apparently at least one lab the state refuses to name. One other avenue that the defense is looking into regarding the DNA profiles is the possibility of other relatives who might be similar to Mr. Kohberger. That sounds like they're going to suggest that the knife sheath DNA could belong to someone related to Bryan Kohberger and not Bryan specifically. Again, this feels like a huge leap to me, but according to his lawyers, this line of thinking, quote, is extremely important to the defense in this case. Now, all of this really boils down to one major defense strategy that I believe his team will cling to. their belief that law enforcement already had their sights set on Kohberger and then made the investigation work towards proving their predetermined theory.
Yep, and that's where but we did one yesterday, actually yesterday morning. I just didn't make a video out of it, but it is on the live and you can see our live reaction. I definitely need to make a highlight out of it because I imagine our reaction is probably similar to what hers is, but I was probably a little more vocal. So definitely check out our reaction when it comes to yesterday's court hearing, because we streamed it live. We actually had it before anybody else. So definitely check it out. I'll find the timestamp for you. It is, let me see here. It is actually, when it's going live, 6 hours and 10 minutes timestamp. So 6 hours and 10 minutes of that video, and you'll be able to see our live reaction. And I guess I'll be making a highlight video out of it, because I should probably put up a video of our reaction too. All right, back to this DNA. This is very interesting, and definitely save this link to your playlist, because we'll be using it more in the future too.
They write, a massive investigation came to focus on him and him alone. The state appears to be trying to hide its original domino such that he cannot discover why. The defense also plans on attacking the investigation on another front by pointing out instances where they believe law enforcement ignored other potential suspects. 3 additional male DNA profiles were discovered in and around the crime scene, 2 in the house and 1 on a glove found outside a few days after the murders. Like Kohberger, these DNA profiles didn't get any hits in CODIS. All of these seem suspicious at first blush and definitely warranted further investigation. A glove certainly could have belonged to the killer, and the 2 other male DNA profiles were discovered, quote, where the deceased were located. Pretty big leads, if you ask me. And as far as we or the defense are aware, it's not clear whose DNA that is. It is possible, however, that the identities have been discovered and police ruled those people out as suspects, or that the type of DNA and where it was located was deemed irrelevant. Here's what I mean by that. Here's an example of evidence being really important, not so much. Skin set, well, depends on saliva. To remember, this is a big house, 6 bedrooms, multiple roommates. Kaylee and Maddie both had boyfriends, and 1122 King Road was a party house. These images taken of the crime scene shows the home exactly as it was the night of the murders. Look at the mess. Empty cups, bottles, dirty dishes, the remnants of beer pong. There's no doubt a ton of DNA in this house. It will likely be the state's case at trial that the other DNA profiles found at the scene aren't relevant to the case. Team Kohberger, however, will want to disagree. And so in order to do this, they need the information, the discovery, ahead of time so that they can plan. And that is what they're asking for. Now, to be clear, the prosecution plans on handing all of this discovery over. They're just on different timetables. We also know now, based on this new information, that police did run down several possible suspects during the course of their investigation, not just Kohberger. The defense says that DNA samples were taken from several people, including one person whose sample was surreptitiously taken from a discarded cigarette. Looks to me like Kohberger's lawyers are looking for any entry points to say, look, it wasn't our guy, could have been this guy or that guy. Remember, they don't need to offer an alternative suspect or prove Kohberger's innocence. Their only job in defending their client is to show reasonable doubt. If a single juror says to themselves, well, it might have been the cigarette guy, it could be the difference between Kohberger spending life in prison or walking out of court a free man. And these latest court filings are really a huge window into Kohberger's defense strategy. Another place they're looking to poke holes in is white Hyundai Elantra. We know police were searching for a white Hyundai Elantra for weeks prior to Kohberger's arrest. It was one of the only solid leads that law enforcement went public with. And according to investigators, it was seen in the vicinity of the crime scene no less than 12 times in the months leading up to the murders. And on the night of the slayings, it was tracked using CCTV footage from Kohberger's apartment in Pullman, Washington, to 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, then spotted essentially casing the house, driving back and forth around the area 3 times in the wee hours of the night, and disappearing briefly during the time frame of the killings, and then seen again, leaving the area at a high rate of speed at 4:20 a.m. That is after the time that the 4 victims were believed to have been stabbed to death. The car was impounded in Pennsylvania the day the suspect was arrested and has gone through rigorous forensic testing. How the car was first identified remains a mystery to the defense, and like with the DNA, they're demanding answers. Now, Koberger's lawyers want to know exactly how police were able to identify specifically a white Hyundai Elantra based off of these blurry images of a white sedan. They also claim that the analyst working on this was heavily relying on a video of a car heading in the wrong direction at the wrong time. Now, beyond that, they don't dive too much more into the car in these latest documents or in court. But one final line at the end of the defense's argument hit me like a ton of bricks, because it suggests that the state's case might not be as strong as we all thought. No explanation for the total DNA from the victim, Koberger's apartment, office, home, or vehicle. I don't know if this is just bluster or if it's fact or if the discovery of some of this evidence just has not been turned over yet. We will have to wait and see at trial. And we will see it. Last week, the judge ruled that cameras will be allowed in the courtroom for the Koberger case. For now, that might change. As for the motions before the court on Tuesday, Judge John Judge, yes, his name is Judge Judge, he will rule on those in the coming days, and dailymail.com will have the updates. For more true crime content like this, hit like and subscribe.
Boom. What a great video. I will share the link again if you'd like to have it for your playlist. I definitely suggest it. A lot of facts in that video right there. I love Daily Mail. I just can't do their website because the freaking pop-ups are some of the worst. And StreamYard's bugging like fucking crazy. So let me see here. Just exhausting. 36 hours. What, you've been up for 36 hours, Brian? Baby boo. I'm sorry. What's up, Ashley? How you doing tonight? What's up? What's up? Yeah, why not? That's what I was saying. You guys, you definitely go to the 6 hour and 10-minute mark or 6 hour mark, because there was some live updates on Twitter first. But honestly, when we get to the court hearing and you see what we're seeing as we're watching it, that's pretty much what the updates were. You know, we already heard some of them, but from the beginning, like 6 hours and 10 minutes of the timestamp for the live that we did. You know, when with the court hearing, it's crazy. It definitely is crazy. I mean, I would love to sit and rewatch it with you guys tonight, but I kind of want to start going in to the other ones from before first, and then I'll get into that one towards the end. So, you know, save that one to your playlist if you want to see the reaction right away. Go to the 6 hour and 10-minute mark, and I'm definitely going to be putting out a highlight, and I'll have it for you guys in the morning. So look for my highlight with everybody that was on panel. I'll put one out in the morning, so definitely check it out, because I'll probably be over at the lounge tomorrow doing some football shit. Otherwise, we're all going to be I wish I could. I wish I could do the morning and the night, and you know, one day. Yeah, I was. Yeah, Detective Colden. I was. Yeah, I was. Like I'm saying. I guess that maybe I should have made a video out of it already or something, because maybe I'm just late to the game. I don't know. I kind of let the lives kind of speak for themselves, but I don't know. Maybe I need to start making this more short form content. It's just hard, you know, trying to figure out all that stuff, being so busy. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, shit, if you guys notice anything that you think would be a good highlight or something, send it to me and say, hey, timestamp to timestamp. I think this would be a good highlight. I'll definitely check it out. And if it is, all I have to do is clip 15 seconds in the beginning, give me your timestamp, and clip 15 seconds after, and it's a fucking highlight. So just let me know if you think I say something interesting or you think there's something I should highlight in short form. Just give me a timestamp and I'll definitely do it. It's just I don't have the time to like sit back and go through and I mean, hell, my notes are like this already, so like trying to keep timestamps of all that is already a task in itself. So yeah, if you want to help me out, go ahead. I would love to have help with short form content, because I just speak from the heart. I don't realize if I'm saying anything that's that interesting or not. I'm just speaking from the heart and from my thoughts and opinions. And so what's up, No Chains?
Hi, everybody. Hi, CJ. How are you?
How was your rest of the evening?
It was well, thank you.
Yeah.
Just chilled out.
That was a pretty interesting watch. When it came to that Pascal show video that we watched.
Yeah.
That conversation, that interview, it was pretty interesting. What'd you think about it? Were you there for it at all? I know you had a phone call and stuff.
Yeah, but he's dead set that it's Brian. He's not fucking right now. With all the other information that they were talking about was...
Yeah, I mean, he admitted that. And honestly, I don't know, tell me if I'm wrong. His questions and his approach to her responses when it came to a lot of the stuff that we were agreeing with, when it comes to people that are on the pro Kohberger party, I thought that he was like the most respectful out of any of them combined. But I thought they were great questions. I thought I guess a better way is like it didn't rub off to me that he was trying to shove the pro guilty BK in my face, right? Did you feel that way at all?
I don't believe that.
Or did
I don't believe it was. It was just his opinion that he feels
Oh yeah.
that it's Brian. And he's been that way since the beginning.
Yeah, that's the first episode I ever watched from him. I never seen him before, never checked out the show. And then I saw people were like, CJ, you should reach out and have her on the show sometime, and I'm like, I just watched a great interview. What more could I ask other than just having a personal conversation, her passions and her background and things like that. I thought all the great questions were asked right there in that interview. I thought it was a great interview. I really did.
It was really informative.
Right. I definitely want to check out the other one, but I don't know. That one's like 2 hours and something. I don't know if I want to go through that one tonight. So that's why I'm kind of thinking about starting off with like the other, the court hearings, all three of them. It'd take about 2 hours and something to go through those. So I'm thinking about doing those, and then that way we can, because I want to get those knocked out first before we get to the DNA witnesses testimony and some of the DNA stuff that I have for a show, and then I can start getting into the body cam deep dive. I want to make sure that I cover these two things first before the body cam deep dive, because I feel like these will get lost if I don't. So I'm thinking like deep dive. I know there's something about Flora that might be coming this week too. I'm thinking like Monday or Tuesday or something, having like the first episode and then having the other episodes go through the weekend. That way we have a little more extra time, to go through it instead of trying to fit it into 3 hours. Maybe do like one body cam to start it off on Monday or Tuesday night. And then as we get into the weekend, then we can include multiple body cams and have an extended show as well. Okay. All right. Yes. All right. So I'm going to, and definitely everybody, if you want to, what's up, Kentucky girl, everybody hopping in. Seriously, if you want to, and I'll make a highlight video. It'll be out. It'll be posted out in the morning. I'm not going to put it out overnight. I'll post it in the morning. So definitely look for a highlight coming from the court hearing, and show it some love if you see it on your notification, because it always helps as well with that like button. Free way to help. All right, so let me get to these court hearings. I'm going to check breaking news real quick. Hold on 1 second. No, that's from 3 months ago. What? Hold on 1 second. I'm going to check, see if there's anything breaking going on first. Hurricane Hillary state of emergency issued for Southern California as millions brace for flooding. Did we watch this one? Or is this even updated even more? I'm just double checking it real quick. This is a different one. State of emergency.
It's good they have the Marines down in San Diego.
Here, we won't watch it, but here, go ahead. I'm going to put the link to it. San Bernardino County, California. So here is the link to that Hurricane Hillary update. Dangerous flooding, strong winds expected. State of emergency issued for Southern California.
Yeah,
and
'cause
that was
San
from
Bernardino
21 minutes.
It's mostly desert, so it's real flat, desolate, so easy flooding happens there.
Please. If you have to back away from the show for a minute to check out that update, please do, and then come back to the show. That's why I put the link in chat there for you. All right, let me go to this. This is from, let me see here. Where did it go? Okay, here it is. So this is Court TV, and I will be blocking the. I'm gonna have to be on standby, so I'm gonna try and keep up with the chat as best as I can. But I am gonna have to watch for this Court TV, zoom in, and all this other stuff. So give me 1 second. Let me make sure I get the date that it premiered, so everybody knows. And we're going to go ahead and get into this one. This was from right here, June 9th, 2023. Give me 1 second. And this was BK appearing in court for the gag order hearing. Now, I want everybody, this is what I'm saying, pay attention to the verbiage, pay attention to the reactions to what's being said, pay attention to the judge, the prosecutor, and the defense. Not necessarily body movements and jaw clenching and things like that. I'm saying pay attention to the verbiage, the reactions, the emotions, all of those things. And that's why I'm watching all three of these, because I think it's going to have its own story to tell when it comes to I'm just going to call it, it seems like a script. Okay. Is what it seems like to me. That's why I want to go through all of them. So let me see here. I'm going to switch to that video and then we will get started in it. And again, this is from June 9th, 2023. And we'll get it switched here. Here we go.
All rise. Thank you very much. Please be seated.
Oh, no chains. What the fuck, StreamYard? Come on, StreamYard. Jeez, this is crazy. This thing is bugging, man. I'm about done with StreamYard. I'm about done with StreamYard. StreamYard is freaking bugging, man. Oh. I muted it real quick. Oh my gosh.
This hybrid approach is challenging. Okay, so let's get on the record, please. We are now on the record. This is State versus Brian Koberger, CR 29222805. We're here for a hearing on the Gonzalez family's motion to appeal, amend, and/or clarify amended dissemination order that was filed back on February 3rd, was delayed because the media sought some relief from the Idaho Supreme Court. There was a delay to find out what the Supreme Court was going to determine. They did it. And this morning we have the state represented by Mr. Thompson and Mr. Riddle. Mr. Koberger is in the courtroom, represented by Ms. Taylor and Mr. Logston. And I believe Mr. Gray is here. There he is.
Let me sit back here, Your Honor.
And I believe some of the family is participating, observing on Zoom. So before we get into the arguments, I want to address the Gonzalez family and all the families, really. Didn't really have an opportunity to do this at the arraignment. My heart does go out to the families. And the loss to your children is devastating and horrific. I mean, there's no dispute about that. I also want to acknowledge and apologize because at the arraignment, I did stumble over a couple of names, Kaylee's name and Zayman's name.
Okay, I apologize. I'm trying my damn best to freaking keep up with these camera switches and to keep up on these zooms and shit. This is freaking ridiculous, man. Court TV, man.
And I want to explain that. I was up all night, really ill, probably food poisoning, and I was not at full potential. Probably also some emotion and nerves as I read those names. And I'm sorry. So that's my apology for that. I know some people were concerned about that and wanted to address it. I also wanted to explain a procedure at the arraignment that apparently drawn from the media that some people were confused when Mr. Koberger declined to enter a plea. And I just wanted to clear that up because I didn't really see any explanation about that in the media. That is Mr. Koberger's right. And under Rule 11A1 of the Idaho Criminal Rules, this is a quote, if a defendant refuses to plead, the court must direct the entry of a plea of not guilty. That is not unusual. But reading the media, it seemed like somewhat mysterious. So I wanted to explain that, particularly to the media. It's a small issue, but it's somewhat, well, I think that I have an obligation, just as the media has an obligation, to help to educate the public about the processes that we are responsible to follow in the courtroom, and that's important for journalists. That's also important for the citizens. So, if you're curious about that, you can always find the criminal rules on the Idaho Supreme Court website, and it's very, very easy to read them and maybe get a better understanding. All right, so that's my speech for today. Mr. Gray, come on up. And
If you allow me just a minute or two to get sorted out here.
Take your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gray.
Can I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
First, Your Honor, we'd like to thank you for apologizing to the victim's family. I think it was an emotional day for them, and they appreciate your apology. I know that they took that part up. Thank you. I first want to start with the procedural history of this non-dissemination order, if I could. On January 3rd, 2023, the Judge Marshall submitted a non-dissemination order. And in that order, it applied to parties in the action, which would have been the prosecution, the defense, and any agents, investigators involved in it. After that non-dissemination order was issued, I reached out to the prosecutor's office to see if I could get Judge Marshall's email. So for some reason, I don't know if they took it down, but I couldn't find it online. And they informed me that they were not privy to give me that information. Then on January 13th, there was a Zoom call that was requested by Judge Marshall. That Zoom call was requested at 1 o'clock on the 13th. I received an email at 12:58 from Judge Marshall's clerk requesting a Zoom call to speak to all interested parties. The Zoom call occurred at 4 o'clock p.m. During that meeting, the judge reminded us, all the parties involved, it was the prosecution, it was the defense, it was myself, it was the attorneys for the victims' families, the attorneys for the witnesses, I believe were there as well, a number of attorneys, and reminded us that her non-dissemination order mirrored that of Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct 3.6. As part of that hearing, and I think it's details here, she talks about the rule applies to all lawyers participating in the Zoom meeting, the state and the defense and all attorneys for the witnesses. When she had that Zoom meeting, and I've requested the transcript from that Zoom meeting and haven't been able to receive it yet from Judge Marshall's court, so we could have a full transcript of what went on that day. But as part of that meeting, I had questioned Judge Marshall regarding the victim's family and whether or not they were allowed to speak to the media based on the fact that she had said all interested parties as well in the initial non-dissemination order. I didn't receive any clarification. I was just instructed to go back to Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct 3.6, as well as I was told, and this is in quotes from her Zoom, where these take their duties in utmost regard in conducting themselves and advising their clients. I took that as I should tell my clients to be quiet. She reiterated that again in the Zoom call by saying that I had ethical duties ascribed above in the Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct for commentary of Rule 3.6. And she reminded me later that lawyers have a responsibility in giving advice to their clients. I disagreed with Judge Marshall on almost every point during that meeting. As well as if I had known that we were going to be discussing the Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct in that issue, I would have prepared, but only having a 3-hour notice didn't allow me, and not knowing what the subject of the meeting was going to be, didn't allow me to address those issues at that time. Now, after the non-dissemination order in January 3rd, and then the January 13th, 2023 meeting, the judge amended the non-dissemination order on January 18th. And she basically repeated the same order, except for she added the attorneys for any interested party in this case, including attorneys representing witnesses, victims, or victims' families, as well as parties to the above entitled action. So you can see the difference is that the first one dealt with parties to the case. The second one went way over the top, addressing all attorneys that might be associated with the case or any attorneys that might have an interested party in this case. So that's where we are today. I filed the motion based on that additional language. Now, I'd like to get into some of the issues here. It's very clear that I am not a party to the case and the victims' families are not a party to the case. That's very clear through all of the case law, as well as.
Can I interrupt you?
Yes.
There's no dispute about that.
Okay. Then
your clients are not parties. The only parties of this case are the state and Mr. Koberger. That's clear. That's clear in the case law with regard to any victims or victims' families. There are constitutional protections and statutory protections for victims and their families.
I would agree.
That's well established.
So let's get into the actual non-dissemination order itself.
And this is why, come on, StreamYard, this is crazy.
Yeah.
Wow, it's taken
terrible.
5 seconds. It's taken 5 seconds for shit to register. That's why the coffee cup's coming up. Is it even my voice even coming through? Holy shit.
Yeah, I hear you. I don't know if they
Okay,
can.
it's taken 5 seconds for StreamYard to even activate my button click, And that's why I'm so late on throwing that coffee cup up. But I want to take it down too because I want you guys to be able to read the closed captioning down there. Um, and while I'm sitting here, I'll kind of zoom it in a little more. I want to be able to show you guys the closed caption, and maybe I can even kind of zoom it in more this way, I suppose. But I still feel like you should be able to see BK from this angle. I just don't like the zooming in shit and what they do. Let me zoom this in a little bit more so you guys can see the closed captioning a little better. I want you guys to be able to see the closed captioning too, whether it's on replay or full screen or whatever.
You know, and the
Yeah.
judge makes a very valid point.
Yeah,
Like, why are you here, basically?
right.
This isn't about you.
Yeah. Another reason I wanted to show this is because I wanted to show everybody this dude, as soon as we saw these court hearings, he's about the business, you know what I mean? And not about the bullshit. And so it's funny. You'll see. I wanted to show this because I wanted to show the way he acts with this judge. And like No Change just said, the judge is absolutely right. And after he just said that, now this attorney is going to be going back into more. And then watch how he talks to the judge and watch how the judge reacts. When we're watching these court hearings, it's all about the reactions, the verbiage, and what's being directed.
I would have thrown him out if I was a judge.
I would have too. Just wait.
Good point.
Just wait until I mean, just wait till you see how he acts with this judge. It's ridiculous.
How it addresses to me personally as the attorney for the victim's family.
Victims or victims' families. There are constitutional protections and statutory protections for victims and their families.
I would agree.
That's well established.
So let's get into the actual non-dissemination order itself, how it addresses to me personally as the attorney for the victim's family. This non-dissemination order, of all of the cases and all of the motions that were filed, and referencing every case that was listed in this case, none of them apply to a victim's attorney, an attorney representing the victims. The Idaho v. Tapp case was an attorney speaking about a judge who he was in front of. The Good case was a defense attorney that spoke to the media. The Mezabov case was a defense attorney and a prosecutor. The Morrissey case was a defense attorney and a press conference. Varner versus Delahunty was an attorney and a judge, all parties to the case. Cutler was a defense attorney, U.S. v. Cutler. Zhao versus Slav was a defense attorney. Irwin versus Dowd were the prosecutor's actions and speaking to the media. Shepard v. Marshall, Maxwell is a trial publicity regarding the prosecutor's actions prior to trial. None of those things apply to the victim's family or the victim's attorney in any way. Now, I do agree that the court has the power to control those that are parties to the case and that are involved in the case in some way. But we have to define that. What means involvement in the case? Part of that is that the judge referred to the Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct 3.6, trial publicity. She references that multiple times as the basis for her non-dissemination order in this case and how it might apply to me. If you'll read the first paragraph, a lawyer who participates or has participated in the investigation or litigation of a matter shall not make extrajudicial statements. That is not me. It never has been me. It can't be me because I'm not involved in the litigation. She also says
Can I ask you a question about that? Because I mean, I think the case law is quite clear that attorneys who are representing witnesses can be restricted to some degree, partly because they have access to particular information that should not be shared with the public. And if I'm recalling correctly, the state has suggested or has determined that your clients are witnesses potentially. So that's kind of the
And I can address
issue
it, Your
right there.
Honor.
Go ahead.
As part of that is that, let's just make it clear, the victim's family has never been involved in this investigation, ever, from the get-go. When, after Mr. Koberger was indicted, we received no information about anything regarding the prosecution, nothing.
Liar. He's
They wouldn't
lying.
even tell us that a grand jury was being impaneled for Mr. Koberger.
Talk to us, because we need to break from listening to this troll. I'm sorry,
He's lying.
but I gotta show it. I gotta show it. Yeah, Shannon Gray. Yeah. With his pumped up kicks in court.
Yeah, but the judge gets him. Watch. This is good.
That's a good song, by the way.
Hmm.
I miss that song. Oh, it's an old song, Pumped Up Kicks. Yeah, him and his pumped up kicks with his frickin' his little attitude. Like you guys said, like frat boyish. Huh?
He's condescending for sure.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And it gets worse. It gets worse. I remember when we were getting the live updates for this one, because I was home for that one too. And just watching the live updates on Twitter, when we did that episode, it was frickin' nuts. It was like, what the fuck? Some shit is popping off in frickin' court already. And it's Shannon Gray. I'll share the link to this video again. You gotta, and I don't know. I don't see the tie, but it definitely doesn't match the suit or the shirt. So,
I don't have any respect for
I don't
him.
know.
be
I
honest.
mean, I do need assistance when it comes to some clothing stuff, but I already know myself that don't fucking match. Even if a tie is that color, I wouldn't be sporting that shit. But that's just me. That's just me. Yeah,
He just
huh?
He
What?
does. It's like a fool.
Yeah, like somebody said, frat boyish.
Yeah.
I would have been interested to see the front view for sure. Snotty, yeah, something. I mean, trust me. That's why we're watching it. Just wait, it gets even worse. It's ridiculous. What just happened?
I don't know.
Okay,
Like
No information about anything
there we go.
regarding the prosecution, nothing. They wouldn't even tell us that a grand jury was being impaneled for Mr. Koberger. They told us that there was a grand jury that was being impaneled. And common sense, we figured it out because he's the only guy in the county. But they wouldn't even relay that information. They haven't given us any information regarding the investigation of the case. But the most critical part of it is that the prosecution has never, ever interviewed the Gonzalez family. So how in the world would we ever be able to be witnesses in this case? And for what purpose would we be? If you're asking about for sentencing purposes, that's post-conviction. That's after he's been convicted on the case. Prior to trial, we're not any witnesses. And that falls into completely different statutes. That falls into the restitution statute. It falls into the victim statute. I just handled that matter in front of the Lori Vallow case, where the judge, I had a motion, the defense did not want the victim's family to appear. And so the judge had to make a determination whether they were immediate family, because it was the grandparents. Completely different statutes because that was post-conviction. And those witnesses were allowed in the courtroom and were involved in the sentencing aspect of it. Okay? So we are in a very, very different factual situation here. I'm not asking as a witness to the case, they've never ever told us in any way how we would be witnesses in this case, other than the conjecture that we may have potentially. That's not good enough to stop the free speech of the victim's family as well as myself. The other thing is that if the victims can say whatever they want during the free speech and that's exempt, why would I not be allowed to say the same thing that they say?
My understanding is that your clients are not restricted in any way, never have been.
Well, I'll give you an example.
Is that true?
That's right. Well, I agree now, because that's not the tone of the Zoom meeting.
Well, we're not talking about the
Okay.
tone. I'm talking about the language of the order.
Yes, the language of the order now.
Frat boyish, very immature.
Try to argue.
It's no wonder. It's no wonder the shoes don't match the suit. I mean,
Yep.
bro. Yeah, they're sitting there going, "Keep talking, buddy. Keep talking." Because obviously they're not part of the prosecution, but they're on that side of the fence. So I'm sure the defense is like, "Keep talking, bro. Keep fucking talking."
Because any interested parties, I asked for clarification. Now I understand that they can say whatever they want, and that's correct. But here's the problem. If they said, we think the judge is crazy, would I advise them against that? Absolutely.
Thank you.
But if I went and said, the family asked, has said that they think the judge is crazy, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm repeating exactly what they said. Now, what comes into play is,
Isn't that you're gonna use that as your freaking example? You're gonna use the judge as an example to the fucking judge?
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? What the fuck are you doing, bro? I'm telling you, when we were doing the live tweets, it was like, there's some shit popping off in fucking court, man. What
He's
the
like
fuck?
trying to insult him basically in a
What a
roundabout
waste
way.
of the county's time and money, because they're paying all these people for their fucking time to
Yeah.
fucking do this court shit, and they gotta listen to this baby bitch.
Well, you stated it. It's kind of like scripted.
You pay attention to the verbiage, pay attention to the reactions, pay attention to the directions. It's all gonna seem, you'll understand when we get to the end, trust me.
for our purposes today, is what if I offer up my own opinion, right? Well, then I'm already governed by the Idaho rules of professional conduct. And if
I'm glad you're acknowledging that.
No, well, every attorney is, Your Honor. I mean, it's not every attorney is. So the idea that I'm not, but every rule doesn't apply all the time. If I'm talking poorly about a judge, another rule might pop in. 8.3, I think is what it is, or 8.1. If I'm saying other things that might affect things another way, then maybe the probability. But the probability, I don't even think applies to me in this anyway, because if you look at it, it says it applies to a lawyer who is participating or has participated in the investigation or litigation of a matter shall not make extrajudicial statements. And it goes on, highlighted by Judge Marshall, then in paragraph 3. The rule sets forth a basic general prohibition about lawyers making statements that the lawyer knows or should know will have a substantial likelihood of materially prejudicing the adjudicated proceeding. And at the bottom of the paragraph, it says this: rule only applies to lawyers who are or who have been involved in the investigation or litigation of cases and their associates. If I'm not a party to the case, I can't be involved in the investigation or the litigation of this case in any way. So I would argue that the trial publicity rule of professional conduct does not apply to me as well.
Help me understand what you think you can't say that you've already been saying.
I have no idea. I have no idea what it is.
You've been on the media and you've had interviews. So I'm kind of wondering how do you feel that you've been restrained in any way with this order?
I think you're not seeing what the point is. What the point is that the court has issued a non-dissemination order that restricts First Amendment rights, that is overly broad in almost every aspect of it. Anybody that's interested and they have an attorney, when an attorney who's walking down the street could offer up his opinion in any way, it also takes away from the idea, doesn't the court want victims' families to have representation, to guide them through the legal process? Wouldn't the court encourage that they could explain things and maybe advising them on what to say, what not to say.
Gag order against
if
them.
you're taking my voice away, you're taking their voice away of everything. The other part of it is this, is that I'm absolutely blown away that the prosecution doesn't agree with me in this case. The reason being is that they are representing the victims, which in turn are the victims' families. And I have not seen a
I'm sorry. I was just now finally able to frickin' pause it. Sorry about that.
Wow. Sorry, CJ. I'm like,
No,
are you
it's frickin'
serious?
StreamYard.
Dude, there is no gag order against them not to speak. So why are you there?
Why are you even representing the fucking family?
Exactly. Why? You're embarrassing.
The judge already told you after your first little bitch that, bro, a different time, a different time. And he just won't stop. Yeah, he hasn't shut his mouth once. The judge keeps telling him, and it's like he's not listening. And then you're going to use the judge as a fucking example. Dude, it's no wonder your shoes don't match your suit.
I don't even know how he's an attorney, to be honest with you. What is
Or
he?
maybe
Is he
they
a
match his tie, but it don't matter.
Is he a paste and copy kind of attorney or what?
I don't know. Maybe.
She's not very intelligent.
I
And he
would love
doesn't
to talk to the family and see, how do they feel about each one of these court hearings, really, honestly. We don't need to talk about facts. I just want to talk. What do you feel like for each one of these? Seriously, it's
Yeah, grandstanding at its finest, huh?
right. Here, let me bring some shine to my name. What the hell? What the hell?
I wouldn't want you representing me there, Mr. Shannon.
Hell
Gray.
no. Hell no. He probably ran to the concurrences.
I think he was given to them, to be honest.
Yeah. I don't know. I can't believe I don't know. It's almost like you need one of those, like back in the day when they would pull you off stage with the big walking cane, with the little loop on it. It's like they need one of those for this guy. And shut the curtain and then open it up and get to the real part,
I agree.
Gosh, this guy. Watch, it gets worse.
Poorer line of communication in my 22 years of practicing than the prosecution's office and the Gonzalez family. And I think it stems from, initially, we were critical of the investigation. They wanted to find the person who did this. That's normal emotions. And then from that point on, it has been, we are the enemy. And that's how we feel in this. And so me guiding them and then trying to limit my voice and helping them out in some way, and then throwing out a random idea that they may be potential witnesses when they've never ever interviewed them in any way. It's just an attempt to shut the attorney up and shut the family up, is what it is. Because if I had come to you today and said, we've given 7 interviews, Your Honor, we may be witnesses in this case, we've done all of these things, it may be a different story. We haven't done anything. They haven't interviewed the entire family. So,
well, I don't know what's in all the investigation, obviously, and a lot of us don't know and probably won't know until the trial.
And the other thing,
well, let me just say this. I think one of the potential issues is this is potentially a death penalty case. Hasn't been noticed, but that is a potential. And the families of the victims certainly would be witnesses in that process of sentencing. That is not post-conviction technically, is it?
If your goal is fair and impartial jury, right? That's the reason for the non-dissemination order. Well, after the conviction, that goes away.
Well, It's also confidence in the process. So I have that job. I have a job of protecting and preserving the First Amendment and also the Sixth Amendment. And there is some balancing there. That is why lawyers who have access to information that is not accessible by the public have particular restrictions. That's what this whole case is about. In this hearing is about.
And as an officer of the court, I can tell you we have zero access.
Okay, so you're saying that the prosecutor's office has not shared information with your client.
Regarding the facts of this case, no, they haven't.
They don't have to show anything. Mr. Gray.
Well, yeah, they don't have to. It's called the
Not with
integrity
you.
of the investigation, sir. You should know that since you're a frickin' attorney.
Uh-huh.
You should know that.
Yeah.
No, everybody, YouTube has been bugging like an MFer for quite a few days. And I'm telling you, even my chat feed constantly goes down. Server error 503, hit retry. You know,
And then it's delay.
right. So I apologize, but as long as the screen's up, I'm going to try and keep, highlighting the messages. But I'm trying to keep watch of the Zooms and all that other stuff and check breaking news in the background and all this other good stuff. So I'm trying my best, greatest. I can't wait till I can have like multiple fucking screens. It's going to be so nice. But I tried it with this laptop. It just ain't happening. Yeah, every 5 minutes or so, it bugs out. It's
Yeah.
YouTube.
It'll happen soon enough, actually.
Oh, yeah.
It'll-
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Got kicked out of chat. People are even getting booted from the show. I even got booted from fucking StreamYard yesterday.
Been dropped how many times, too?
Yesterday morning, I got fucking booted from my own StreamYard. No, it's I don't know. I heard there was more solar flares and shit that came like a couple weeks ago. So usually when those happen,
It
this
affects
is the kind of
atmosphere,
yeah, it really does.
electronics.
Yes.
That's why if we have an EMP, guys, ooh, we're screwed.
Yeah, that's why that balloon shit scared the fuck out of me, because there could have been one on there. You never know.
Mm-hmm.
Flying over our bases that house a lot of our defense weapons. Kind of interesting where they floated. All right.
Everybody's going to have a chance to weigh in on this, and I just, you're helping me understand what the issues are. So thank you.
So that's really the issue.
Wow, I gotta say that response right there, I never noticed that response from the judge with all this bullshit that was taking place, and I just did. And I have to say, I have even more respect for this judge, because what a response. You're hearing all this bullshit being thrown at you. You're wasting the court's time. We're already 24 minutes into this court hearing, and this man is still spitting out bullshit. And the judge was like, you know what, sir? I appreciate what you're saying. And I understand and thank you. What a great response. I would be thinking that would be a response where the attorney would be like, okay, I've said what I can say. I'm done now. But no, he keeps going in for even more.
Here, I mean, and this is an important ruling, because what you're doing is this has never happened before, ever has it happened before, that a Judge Marshall, has tried to silence the attorneys for victims. Never has it happened that I'm aware of.
Would you feel more comfortable if there was a more concrete description of what people could say and what they can't say?
I don't think you have the authority to, Your Honor.
Well, I think I do have the authority.
Well, my argument is that part of the argument is that
I don't think you have the authority, Your Honor. That was one of those moments when it was the live tweet popping out, and I was like, holy shit, shit is popping off in court. What fucking attorney says, I don't think you have the authority, Your Honor? I know what attorney does. An attorney that's wearing tan, pumped up fucking kicks with a damn suit in fucking court. That's what kind of attorney says some shit like that.
I would have said, get your stuff. There's the door. Goodbye.
Right? Again, watch the verbiage, reactions, and directions. This judge, total respect. That's why I throw the coffee cup up, everybody. Because I want this man to know, look, bro, Court TV ain't got your fucking back when you allowed them to be able to have exclusive access. You know what?
Mhm.
I will respect your ass if other motherfuckers don't.
That's right.
because what you're doing is this has never happened before, ever has it happened before, that a Judge Marshall, has tried to silence the attorneys for victims. Never has it happened that I'm aware of.
Would you feel more comfortable if there was a more concrete description of what people could say and what they can't say?
I don't think you have the authority to, Your Honor.
Well, I think I do have the authority.
Well, my argument is that part of the argument is that.
In fact, I know I have the authority to do that.
Well, and the authority would be through your the attempt to have a fair and impartial jury, that you can control people that are involved in the case, correct?
That's part of it.
And we're not involved in the case.
Okay, that's hard to accept. But
we're not witnesses in the case. We're not involved in the investigation. We're not involved in the litigation. I can't file any motions. I can't subpoena anybody. I can't cross-examine witnesses. I can't do anything.
And
So
you're
this
not.
idea that there's this loose idea that there may be.
Where does he get off thinking that he has the right to fucking cross-examine a fucking witness?
And subpoena.
Bro, you're not sitting on the left or the right side of your fucking ass where you're standing. Where do you think you have the fucking power to fucking be on the left or the right or tell the judge what he has the authority to fucking do, bro? I'm surprised his ass didn't get shit canned and sent to the packing plant after this fucking court hearing.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, like who's on trial? Koberger or the judge?
Or the Concalvises.
This is fucking nuts. I just got to listen to it one more time. That's it.
As it happened before, that a Judge Marshall, has tried to silence the attorneys for victims. Never has it happened that I'm aware of.
would you feel more comfortable if there was a more concrete description of what people could say and what they can't say?
I don't think you have the authority to, Your Honor.
Well, I think I do have the authority.
Well, my argument is that part of the argument is that.
In fact, I know I have the authority to do that.
Well, and the authority would be through your the attempt to have a fair and impartial jury, that you can control people that are involved in the case, correct?
That's part of it.
And we're not involved in the case.
Okay, that's hard to accept. But
we're not witnesses in the case. We're not involved in the investigation. We're not involved in the litigation. I can't file any motions. I can't subpoena anybody. I can't cross-examine witnesses. I can't do anything. So this idea that there's this loose idea that there may be, weighing that versus our freedom to speak, First Amendment, is.
We're talking about your speech.
That's right.
Not your client's speech.
But that is my speech. That is part of it, though.
Well, in your memorandum, you are suggesting that you also have an independent position that you are representing yourself.
I do.
It's distinctive from your responsibility to your clients.
That's why the motion is for amending or clarification, because there's the clients that have the free to speak. There's me repeating what they have to say. If they said the judge, we thought the judge was crazy, and I said the judge was crazy, I can't be, that doesn't violate the non-dissemination order because I'm allowed to say that. And then there's my independent voice where I said, the judge is crazy. Yeah, I think the judge is crazy. That goes into another layer, right? Where it would be, Idaho rules of professional conduct would fall into play, and what I would be doing or what I couldn't do. Not the non-dissemination order, because we're not parties to the case. I'd be governed by the Idaho rules of professional conduct if I made those statements, extradite those statements. And I may or may not fall under the probability. I would argue that I don't, because I'm not a party to it. I'm not litigated it. I don't have any information on it. None of those things. So really, that's where the authority for me, for my voice, would come from the Idaho rules of professional conduct. If I did that. And if I made a statement that I thought didn't apply for trial publicity purposes, that would be an argument for another day. But it wouldn't be for you, for a contempt of court for me, because I'm not a party to the case and I'm not involved in the case in any way. I'm just repeating what my clients say, or I'm just saying my own individual opinion, which doesn't, by the way, makes it absolutely unduly prejudicial. Because what if a guy is on an Idaho bar member, is walking down the street, looks up, sees a television program where the Gonzalez family says, well, we thought the judge was crazy, right? And then all of a sudden, the media is outside, they interview him, they say, hey, you're an attorney here. What about the judge being crazy? Well, I've been in front of him 3 or 4 times, and I would agree with him. You're going to sanction him and contempt of court? You can't. Same as me, because I'm not a party to it. He's not a party to it. He might be governed by the Idaho rules of professional conduct by commenting on you, Your Honor, but it wouldn't be because of the judge's non-dissemination order. So how can it not apply to him, but it can apply to me? It can't.
Well, the case law suggests that because you represent potential witnesses, that you have access to information that may not or should not be shared with the public. That's what the case law says.
And I would argue this: what potential witnesses are we, number one, and what access to information do we have? I think the defense has argued that we have some sort of access because the clients can tell me whatever they want to tell me, right? Well, that's free speech. They can say whatever they want to me, and I could go off and say whatever I want that they said, because it's free speech. It's the First Amendment. So you can't, this non-dissemination order is so broad, none of the case law applies to people that are outside of the defense or the prosecution. That's the point of it. That's the whole point of a non-dissemination order, because they have access to it. They have access to the information. Victims, attorneys, families do not. And the idea that we may or may not be a potential witness is enough for Your Honor. I just can't see that, especially when there's no history of them ever being a witness. And to tell you the truth, the day after they filed that notice, or the day before they filed the notice that we may be potential witnesses, we had just gotten out of a meeting with the prosecutor's office, discussing whatever we could discuss, like our concerns, because that's all we do is go in and talk about our concerns, and they tell us we can't say anything, we can't say anything, we can't say anything. We'll get to it. When we walked up, nowhere in that meeting were we described as being witnesses in this case. But all of a sudden, the next day, they thought we might be, even though they'd never interviewed us. So they're throwing stuff in the air that is not justified, and the idea that he thinks maybe might is not enough to regulate my free speech in this as the attorney for the victim's family, because that's what we are. We're not attorney for witnesses, we're attorney for the victim's family. And if the court has any other questions, I'd be more than happy.
I understand your position.
Good.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. So let me go to the state. I don't know if that's Mr. Thompson or Mr. Riddle.
It'll be me. Can I have one moment, Your Honor?
Certainly. Thank you.
If I may,
Yes, you may.
Mr. Rudley.
All right, we're gonna pause it right there. Wasn't that fucking ridiculous, everybody?
Oh, it sure was.
He even ended it with a hand stomp on the fucking podium that he's standing in front of.
This isn't about him.
Who the
Okay?
fuck is this guy? Like, where does he get his authority is what I'm wondering. Why is he questioning the judges when we should all be questioning his?
Right. Besides, the gag order is only in place for the attorneys. It's not in place for any of the family members. They can all
Right.
speak freely if they choose to, okay? Witnesses are not allowed to because, of course, they're going to be called into court. As what? Witnesses. Who is giving himself authority to come into the court, question this judge as he did? Oh, what an embarrassment.
and feel that he's got the right to have the right to the discovery and being able to cross-examine and all that. It's like, bro, where the fuck are you coming from?
Tina, you don't have that authority. You're not on the defense and you're not on the prosecuting team. So what are you doing in
What are you doing? Yeah. It's
please.
right, Dolphin. How long has he even been practicing? Like, where do you get off? Even like, dude, you're not. You're one time is enough. Well, I could easily say, I could agree with everybody when they say the judge is correct. Why don't you just say, well, I could agree with everybody when they say the sun is blue? Why are you using the frickin' judge as an example to the judge's face? Not only one time, two times, and then three times, and it looked like you were heading for a fourth.
And then he states, you don't have the authority. I don't think you have the authority. Whoa! You would have been out that courtroom if it was me.
Yeah.
And I'm the judge.
If they would have if that chat would have showed up in the Evil CJ show, I would have said, "Get the fuck out of here."
Exactly.
Right?
Because you're not going to sit there and test my authority.
Fuck
Who's
no.
sitting on the bench? Who's sitting on the bench
Man.
there, Mr. Gray? It's not you.
I never really watched the judges' reactions the first time I watched it, and man, so much more props to this judge. The way he handled that shit. That was 31 minutes and 33 seconds of nothing but fucking a baby spitting bullshit.
Mm-hmm. Talking out of the side of his neck.
Shit, he got 31 minutes and 44 seconds of fame right there. The wrong kind of fame. When people say that no bad news is good news too, the fuck it is with this one. This shit just got highlighted, bro.
He got his I'm not gonna say it.
It's not fame, it's shame is what it is.
Yeah,
31 minutes of shame.
He got his law degree out of a Cracker Jack box.
Yeah. The back, he got the puzzle right on the back of the Fruit Loop cereal box and sent it in and won a degree.
Oh my.
Fucking ridiculous, man.
I just can't get over the comment he said to the judge.
I don't think you have the. It was like I was watching fucking Tom Cruise and fucking Jack Nicholson or whatever his name is on the stand in A Few Good Men.
You
I was
can't
like,
handle
what the fuck, dude? Who are you? Who are you? Like, just crazy. I had to show it though. I had to show it. I'm glad I rewatched it because I have even more respect for this judge now because I didn't notice it before. All right, so this is a part here in the gag order hearing where Bill Thompson is going to be coming up. This is where he's sitting there with another gentleman.
If I may,
yes, you may.
Mr. Rudley is actually going to be arguing on the motions themselves, but as attorneys, we have a duty of candor to the court. representations to the court that at best are misleading and in many ways simply untrue. And I need to correct them for the record. Because the media is here. I do not want the public to come away with the impression that improprieties have occurred. First, Mr. Gray, on behalf of his clients, has propounded a number of questions to our office as investigators. We have answered the ones that we can. We have not shared ones that we are concerned that Mr. Gray or his clients would make public and compromise the integrity of the investigation. For him to say that we've provided more information is simply not true. Secondly, he claims that law enforcement has not interviewed his clients, and that somehow that is the investigators' fault. In fact, from the very beginning, the investigators have attempted to interview his clients, and Mr. Gray has not permitted it. So just for the record, I want to make sure that's clear. Thank you, Your Honor.
If I could speak to that, Your Honor.
You'll be able to come back in after you hear the other arguments.
So basically, hold on. So basically, Mr. Santa Claus gets up there, right? And he's saying that Mr. Gray is being nothing but a pest.
Yeah.
Okay, by demanding information that they cannot divulge.
He's probably asking them for the documents that they don't have either.
Well, they don't have to divulge it to him.
No, they don't.
give
But,
him nothing.
you know. Where are those documents? You don't have the authority, Bill Thompson.
Well, it's already been
You-
proven, what, by this last hearing. They don't have anything to begin with.
And we'll get to that one too, trust me. It's
Yep.
part of this deep dive that I'm getting into.
Yep.
Mhm.
Thank you, Your Honor. In State v. Spencer, the Idaho Supreme Court noted that it is also the duty of the prosecutor to ensure the right to a fair and impartial trial. Under the dictates of Shepard v. Maxwell, the court has a duty to take affirmative steps to address the impacts that intense pretrial publicity can have on a case. As noted in Shepard, Nebraska Press Association versus Stewart, and their progeny, an order like the one in this case is an appropriate measure for addressing that duty of the court. As Mr. Boston's experts have noted, attorneys often have information about a case that may not be appropriate for dissemination in the press. Additionally, attorneys carry a greater weight when appearing on television. For instance, what might be easier for the parties to address is a juror that says, I've seen coverage on the case, but I don't always trust what I've seen on TV, and I can set that aside. What's more difficult is a juror that says, I've seen attorneys for the prosecution, attorneys for the defense, or attorneys for the victim on television talking about a critical aspect of the case. In the matter of Gentile versus State Bar of Nevada, that case involved an attorney who held one press conference in 1991 after the indictment of his client. In this case, Mr. Grace repeatedly issued statements and been on television. At minimum, it's insincere to argue that he's feeling bound by the order when it's clearly not abided by. In Gentile, the court noted that the speech of attorneys is subject to less substantial, or it can be regulated by less substantial means. In this case, as we've shown by the affidavit we filed, the Gonzalez families are potential witnesses in a trial, or more specifically at sentencing. The order in this case is not vague, overbroad, unduly restrictive, or not narrowly drawn. It precludes all extrajudicial statements of the attorneys in this case, attorneys for the witnesses, victims, law enforcement, and investigators. The order addresses
if the court were to apply strict scrutiny, the order addresses a substantial likelihood that pretrial publicity poses to the integrity of the judicial system and is tailored to ensure that the rights to a fair trial are upheld. As we briefed in the case of Levine, the alternatives such as sequestration of the jury or changing a venue aren't going to mitigate the impacts of statements, extrajudicial statements in this case, and are unlikely to do so. Thus, the state contends that the order is an appropriate measure of the court to uphold its duty under Shepherd, Nebraska Press Association, and the like to preserve the right to a fair and impartial trial. At a minimum, Mr. Gray's statements that he's not bound by trial publicity rules or 3.6 in this case illustrate why the order of the court is necessary in this matter. And so we would ask that the court uphold the amended non-dissemination order, or at most, tailor it to those statements specifically precluded in Rule of Professional Conduct 3.8. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Redley. Yeah, do you think that would be helpful to just, and I asked Mr. Gray this same question, would it be helpful to say, okay, you can say these things, but you can't say these things, and be more specific about that?
Your Honor, our initial position is that the total prohibition of extrajudicial statements is the safest and most responsive way in this case to address and preserve the right to a fair and impartial trial.
Right. Can you go back? You mentioned this about the standard.
Let's see here. That could explain why Kaylee stayed away from Moscow.
I don't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
No.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Sorry. Yeah, StreamYard's bugging.
Okay.
And you're right,
Comment.
Pearl. They don't have to hand anything over to the press. Sorry, go
That's
ahead.
correct. The one before that she posted.
Let me see here. Sorry, it's all bugging YouTube and StreamYard here. Here we go.
Did you read that one?
Oh, I thought you were gonna.
It's too tiny for me, dear. I don't have my
Oh,
glasses.
the way I see what you're saying. The way Ellie and G's been hostile towards each other off the boat. I don't have my glasses on either. I wonder if Kaylee reported Rosendahl to Chief Fry.
Think about it.
I'm sorry, what?
Think about it. And then she left soon after it. Went back home.
Well, I was talking about how, it is odd when we watched, and we'll be getting into the body cam deep dive coming up start next week. It is odd when you watch these body cams, how they treated these females.
Mm-hmm.
And I've made even that show that we were checking them out. It was like, of course, it would be hard to file a complaint because of the power that they exert and the harassment that they perform.
Yep.
And that makes a lot of sense. Maybe she did report him and there's some retaliation because now there has to be paperwork.
Mm-hmm. Something to think about.
And that is very interesting. And maybe that is why, because that has always been a big question. Your friend, the one that you've been tied to since you were a little kid, is about to graduate. Why are you taking off And
before
then,
you graduate.
right,
What was it, 8 weeks for
right,
graduation?
right, right.
And then you're going to go on your way to start your life on your own
Mm-hmm.
and not spend it with your best friend.
Right. And the
Hmm.
night that you come back
Yeah.
is the night that some shit happens.
Yep.
We'll be going into the deep dive of the body cam starting next week. Sorry we haven't gone through it yet, but we will. Very interesting. Thank you, chat. I appreciate you. Sorry, chat it keeps going in and out of my shit. So thanks for having me highlight that. No chains. I did miss that.
You're welcome.
Standard particularly applied to the lawyers who are somehow connected with the case.
Yes, Your Honor. In Nebraska Press Association v. Stewart, it's noted that I believe Justice Brennan states that there's no doubt that the court has authority, though it's in a footnote, it's no doubt that the court has authority to regulate the speech of attorneys, witnesses, and other participants in the court process. At this point, the evidence.
What where the supposed cameras at? Behind the
What?
property, Dolphin? Behind the
Yeah.
property? Because it wasn't before when we looked. Shit. When did we go on Google Maps and look at that area?
What
Because we
is
did
what
it and it wasn't blurred.
a white what pickup parked out?
Can you send it to me, Dolphin?
Wow.
Look
This
at
is all gonna
Dolphins.
start coming together. Really.
Here, hop on up here, Dolphin, if you don't
Please.
mind, if you're not
Yeah.
busy. And if you
Please.
can send me, let me know if you
Yeah.
send me something in my Discord.
Yeah, and then he has a shady his background is shady too. Apparently he was in trouble with the bar association.
Yeah, suspensions.
Yep.
Okay,
And then
thank
he's
you.
a DUI lawyer. Why is he on a case like this? It's like he was given to them. It's not making sense at all.
This is why I love a community.
Yeah, because all our brains getting together, we're putting it out there. We'll
Yeah.
probably end up solving this case before they even go to court. To be honest.
Hey, let me just close my door here because the TV in the other room is loud.
All right, enlighten us, Miss Dalton.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
So, yeah, I was just sort of doing something else. I told you I was gaming while listening. And then I, kind of kept looking to the right and watching, him talk to the judge that way. And then I was just like, wait a minute. And I asked, because I forgot what he looked like, right? So I asked, how long has the baby lawyer been practicing, right? And somebody said like 22 years or whatever. And I was like, what? So then I started looking him up. I was like, who is the Gonzalez's attorney? Found his name, Shannon with one N, blah, blah, blah. And they said he is an attorney out of Portland, Oregon. And I was like, wait a minute. Why is somebody from Oregon in Idaho, right, representing this family? So I looked him up on the Oregon Bar Association, and somebody said in chat that he had been suspended. He had just recently come off of suspension or whatever. So when I looked at the Oregon Bar Association website, it said, yeah, he was suspended for 30 days. It said the source was stipulation, and it was in January? I typed it in chat, like January 20 something or
Yeah.
whatever of 2022. Okay. So then I was thinking, okay, but that still doesn't explain how he's sitting here in a court in Idaho, right? So I looked up the Idaho State Bar. Okay. And he just got admitted to the Idaho State Bar in July. Is that what I typed in chat? Let
Mm-hmm.
me see.
Yeah,
I think
Yeah,
I've still got the
you
windows
do.
open. So he just got
2022.
admitted to, right, like a few months before the, incidents, like what, 4 months before.
Wow.
So then it doesn't have a firm, it has his business address, his email address for Oregon, the office in Oregon, but instead of a firm name, it had a local street address, right? So I'm looking
Mm-hmm.
at this and I'm like, that looks like a residence. So I Googled it and then I was like, okay, I couldn't get the Google guy down there. So I just went out to the corner because it's like literally, at like a corner of two, like the big, big country roads or whatever, kind of. And then I saw the property and I started kind of like looking. I was like, oh, these are like out in the middle of nowhere, type of property. And I was like, okay, a little white house, barns, blah, blah, blah. I came around the corner to the actual street and I see the driveway. I looked over to the side. I was like, yep, there's the mailbox across the street and it says the house number. So, and there's nothing else hardly out here. So, the houses are very, very far apart. So I'm looking at the driveway. I see like barns and stuff like that. There is a white pickup truck parked back there. Like you go down the driveway, you look to the right, it's among the barns, and maybe there's horse stables or something back there. And right on the left side of the driveway, when you come in, there's this really tall tree, but up high in the tree, it's blurred, which is really weird because everything else is clear. The property itself is not blurred out.
Wow.
I just couldn't
The
drag Google
tree's
Guy
blurred.
down there. The tree is blurred. hmm
What's the
Um,
address?
Yeah, can we pull it up and look?
yeah, hold on. I'll just send you the link. I didn't want
Wow.
to, like say it out loud or whatever, and dox the
Hmm.
guy, but I mean,
Right.
it is on the State Bar
Well, it is
Association,
public.
so
Yeah, it's
yeah.
public
Okay,
information.
well then there you go. There's the Google link.
Mm. This gets
So,
crazy and
and
crazier,
I
Dr.
actually was getting ready to see how far this address is from the house.
Oh, okay.
Because I also looked the house up on Zillow. Let me see.
Oh
Where's
crap!
that?
1 second, everybody.
Um, mm, mm, mm. Where is it? Public tax history, 2021, 2020. Where was this just built? I didn't look at too many of the details of the house yet. Because even on Zillow, they had the aerial view, and I was like, that looks like just a huge space of land. And I saw that there were some buildings there. So I was just like, does he just maybe own some land? But it did say something about, I don't know, 5 bedrooms or whatever, whatever. And let me see more
Yeah, it has a
facts.
lot of kids.
It's 5.08 acres. There's a parcel number. I haven't looked that up yet. Um, Yeah, and there's definitely a house there. So, yeah, that matches that address. Mailbox is right across from the driveway. And this is one of those very rural, country roads where, your
Outside of
neighbor is not.
Moscow and
Yeah, you
Pullman.
can see it. You
hmm
can see how. So is
Put your
it this
Google guide
house?
down on the street. Put it right there in the corner because you can't get to the driveway.
Mm.
I
Oh, I
started
see
out
what
on
you're
that
saying right
other
there.
street and then I
Oh, that's
walked down the
weird.
street.
I
See that
see.
tree?
Oh,
That's what I'm
Yeah.
talking about. If you spin around, the mailbox is across the road behind you. And it shows it big as day 2175.
Mm.
But yeah, there's the white truck back there. See, if you walk back up the street and turn, you'll see the house number.
So, hmm.
And then if you just kind of pan to the
uh,
left, that's the driveway.
TLC.
Oh, there's a person out there.
TLC something.
Yeah, look, who's that? It's
Waving.
clad in black. Who's
Yeah,
that?
there's somebody in the yard.
Oh,
This picture was I think it was from
Whoa,
2021.
look at that.
where's the white truck?
That's the white truck right back there by the barns. So,
That's his property?
This is his property, yes. Here, I'll send you the
Mm,
link for the bar too.
wow.
Oh, did it not? I think it's if you pull that up, it might just show you how to search. Or did it, are the results there?
No, just
Yeah,
a
just
search.
type his last name, Gray. He's in the list.
You should see the distance between his place
Yep,
and.
right there.
um,
Yeah, that was my next thing. But I was like typing to you guys and I was just like, oh, wow, this is interesting.
Yeah, because you just said he's a DUI
Yeah,
offender.
DUI and DWI. Here, I'll show you his
Yeah. And
website. Where's
surely doesn't make any sense that he would be placed with the Concalvises unless there's a reason.
that's the
Not
Oregon
much
bar.
info.
Um, wow, he was insurance adjuster before that.
Mm.
Reservist for Columbia Police Department, 1992,
Ooh,
1993. Because I found him on justia.com under
yeah.
lawyers. Here, I'll put that link in there. That, yeah, that actually will have his results.
Hold on one second. I'm dropping this link now. Here's the link for this. 1 second.
Y'all better be taking some notes.
Yeah, so he went to the University of Missouri for a BS in Consumer and Family Economics, 1989 to 1993. Oklahoma City University School of Law, 1997 to 2000.
Mm-hmm.
Criminal law, DUI, and DWI, 17 years experience.
Yeah.
Shannon with one N, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
As the founder of Gray Law LLC, Clackamas County Attorney Shannon Gray offers legal representation to people accused of a crime. For more than 13 years, Attorney Gray has worked in the legal field. Prior to entering private practice, Mr. Gray was a prosecutor in Multnomah County for several years. He is a received his undergraduate that's weird, undergraduate degree from the University of Missouri Columbia and his law degree from the Oklahoma City University School of Law. For a free consult, please contact his firm today.
Wonder if he was a frat boy.
Credit cards accepted. Criminal
Probably.
law. So, criminal appeals, drug crimes, expungement, fraud, gun crimes, internet crimes, sex crimes, theft, violent crimes. Y'all want to know the people that. There you go. People were typing in chat some similar shit. I wonder
Wow.
if he's
His
associated with these kind
property
of. Yeah.
is 4.2 miles from 1122.
What? Wow.
Yeah, let me send it to you.
I trust you.
Oh, well, I just figured if anybody wanted to see it.
Like I said, I wonder if he was a frat boy.
Probably. Let's see. Let me see if I can find him on LinkedIn.
How old is he again?
30.
Well, if he went to college and started in 89, he's probably in his 50s.
Yeah, I want to say. Yeah, he was like upper 40s, 50s. I know he had several kids.
And I'd like to thank his mom for naming him Shannon with one N. Makes him a
Yeah,
lot easier to find.
true.
The attorney for the Concalvises family. We just watched. Well, we're still into the first one, but we watched a lot of his rants and oh shit, excuse me.
I just started being nosy. Sorry, y'all. That's his LinkedIn. And I'm guessing that's his wife.
Well, there's nothing alleged about this. This is all public information that we're reading. So
Factual.
this is according to himself. This is what he's stating. So this is not speculation when it's coming to this stuff. Let me see. What was this in the LinkedIn? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, anybody can look this stuff up.
Yeah,
All
so
you
he
have to
used to
do
be a
is type
police
in the name.
officer.
All you have to do is type in the name and there you go. You could do it too.
So seriously, how do you go from being a police officer for 2 years, an insurance adjuster for 2 years, then deputy district attorney for 4 years?
Doesn't make sense. Nope. Mm-mm. Something went down.
I mean, and there is a 5 year gap in between the insurance adjuster and the deputy district attorney, but really? Hmm.
Yeah.
I wonder how does anybody know for sure how he was acquired? Because to me it just seems like he forced himself in this somehow, or the shit that you're representing, internet crimes. I mean, who was being involved with internet crimes? Maybe there's a reason why he was
I thought there was an
I mean,
interview
there's huh?
with him. I thought there was
What?
an interview with him or with Steve, and they talked about how he came into the picture.
I don't know. Is there? I'd like to
I
watch
do
it.
recall some interview with him on YouTube. I think he was just
Yeah.
by himself, but I think it was
Yeah.
like mainstream media, and it's on YouTube, posted somewhere. Um,
Yeah, if
Yeah.
anybody has that, send it to me and I'll check it out on the next episode.
how far away is Portland from Moscow?
So it's a distance.
Why?
Huh.
Are you good?
361
What's that?
miles.
That's a distance.
Mm-hmm.
So what would bring him
Good night,
from
Kib Kitty.
Oregon to... Oh, good night, Kib Kitty.
Good
What would
night.
bring him from
Internet,
Oregon to middle of nowhere, Moscow?
a prior connection
Yeah, he didn't go to school
Mm-hmm.
there, though.
to the family.
Hmm.
That's what it's telling me. Because the way that you combine that with the way that he acted in court, that's just telling me that there had to. I don't know. If you look up his background, why would the family be like, "Yeah, we're gonna roll with you"? You know what I mean? When you
Yeah.
look at the background, to me, that just says there's a prior connection, and so they rolled with him because they had a prior connection. I don't know. I don't know for sure. That is speculation because I'm just
Oh, yeah.
that's just what it's telling me. I'm not saying it's anything that I know. That's just what the situation's telling me.
Well, I'm gonna have to go digging into that now.
Yeah, he worked for Columbia Police Department, so I don't know if there a Columbia, Oregon.
What's up, Brad?
Yeah, Chains. We
I
need
don't
you on
know.
this one.
It speaks to me that there's a prior connection somewhere
Hmm.
before this.
It is odd, that's for sure.
Columbia, Missouri.
I know,
Oh,
P5.
yeah.
I know. I feel you.
Yeah, the University of Missouri is in Columbia. Okay, great. Thanks. That's got to be what that is.
And I still feel like we're discovering more shit,
Yeah.
by going through this old shit. That's why I'm not bringing you guys like shows with crazy ass fucking theories and all this other shit. This is real shit. This is a real court hearing. This is real information. This is real shit.
Mm.
We definitely need to, yeah. We'll have to fit that in
Mm-hmm.
on one of these other shows because it's, we still got probably another hour and a half of court hearings to go through. 4.2. I just didn't want to put the address up there. That's for you guys to look it up if you guys want to. Um, I mean, it is public information. I don't know. We need to find out. Like, we need to find out. And it's probably going to piss dude off, but oh well, it is what it is. It's all public shit.
I'm trying to find the
We're
truth.
we're just the ones looking up the public shit.
And that's what we're about, finding the truth and factual information. We're not going to put out misinformation.
No. Yeah, he did, Chalk Baby. He definitely did seem to want center stage to put his name out there. You know, it's a promotion. Hey, did you see Shannon Gray at the court hearing? Who's Shannon Gray? I don't know. You should call him. He has a free quote. He takes credit cards.
Oh, he has sold that house
Mm.
already.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Let's see.
When was it purchased?
Let me drop the Zillow for you.
Mm.
Yeah, so you can click on that behind the scenes. Da, 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 da. So the first one says the deed date is July 8th, 2021, from one dude and his wife to Shannon and his wife, I guess, Tiffany. And then the deed gets transferred July 17th, 2023, from the Grays to somebody else. So they were only in that house like 2 years.
Wow.
Oh, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm. Very interesting.
Yeah, and I think there's an internet. I mean, you look at the LinkedIn or the other profile. Sorry, I can't remember now. There's so many. The one where it showed all of what he represents. Internet crimes is one of them. What's an internet crime? Credit card. There's credit card crimes mixed in with the stuff he was representing.
Yeah.
Credit cards, bank accounts, internet.
Oh, sorry, I was typing.
What's the other ones you sent?
I mean, honestly, stuff on the
Make you a
dark
mod
web.
so you can drop these in chat. 1 second. 1 second.
Who, me? Oh, no, you don't
Yeah.
need to do that. What do you call it? Stuff on the dark web. You know, those types of activities.
I don't get into that shit.
No, I know, but you asked for internet crimes.
Well, no. Oh, yeah, yeah. As an example, yeah. No, I thought, no, we don't.
No,
we don't
no, I
need.
didn't mean that.
We don't need no info from there.
No, no.
We're good. We're good. Do not click on that link, people. No, this one's cool though. The Idaho one. This is what's showing.
Huh. Oh, that's interesting. Their other home address in Oregon is on this deed.
Why is it that the accomplices are the only ones that have an attorney?
Well, yeah, there definitely is a background. You know, when you look, you know what you guys are saying in chat. There definitely is a background to that stuff. and that's what I'm mentioning. What Shannon Gray, um, is, what he practices.
Yeah, and they owned that house when that truck was parked there. So could have been a friend or visitor or whatever, but maybe not. Very interesting.
And why would they need him to be? Why was he even in the courtroom? Of course,
Yeah.
you're not going to be able to get information from the discovery that isn't legally available to you, and you're not going to be able to interview witnesses. It's just not happening, bro. What the fuck you doing? Why'd you waste 31 minutes and 44 seconds of the court's time?
That's the old hearing, right? When they were still up in the air about the gag order.
Yeah, it was just coming
Yeah,
and
it would. Yeah, it was the one from 2 months ago.
Okay.
June, or what was it? Let me pop it up.
ninth, I believe.
June 9th. Yeah, let me get back to that too. We still got about 15 minutes of that. 1 second here.
I think he still has his tentacles into the Gonzalez family because he's hoping that if this criminal case doesn't work out, that, they'll want to go after him civilly, or maybe go after the police
Right.
department or
Yeah.
somebody, So,
Yeah,
yeah.
somebody. Yeah, because they want some kind of justice. I don't blame them. But
Right.
there's hopefully there's another attorney that kind of recognizes his shit and steps up and says, "Look, family, let me give you some real representation," and then they can just say, "Thank you for your services, Shannon Gray. We appreciate you. Now it's time to go home because we have other representation now." Hopefully, there's another firm that will be able to do something like that. Because if I had a firm and I practiced that law for the state, I'd definitely be fucking doing it because I wouldn't. Come on, man. Everybody deserves better representation than that.
Yeah, but I don't know. I just think that this case, the high profile nature of it, has brought a lot of, like, I don't know, ambulance chasers out of
Oh
the
yeah.
woodwork. Because
Oh,
the
of
guy in
course.
Pennsylvania,
Leeches.
look at how long he was still doing interviews and talking,
Leeches.
and he was there for like 2 seconds or whatever,
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, that
and did
comes
like
with every
hardly anything. So
every case.
yeah.
I mean, hell, you could even say that about Aaron Brockovich.
Mm-hmm.
It, that's what they all do. But there's some good and there's some bad. Aaron Brockovich, she does a great fucking job with all of that chemical stuff and has ever since you even found out about her from the movie with Julia Roberts.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
And still with
true.
East Palestine, all of these other communities, they labeled her a terrorist at one point and didn't allow her to even come to East Palestine because she was telling the facts to the freaking community.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. But then you got people like Shannon Gray that are still, and then boom, it's, what are you doing, bro? What are you even doing? You're making yourself look like a fool. Yeah. All He's one of those where all press is good press, and unfortunately, it's not that way. Not all press is good press,
Right.
especially when you do it to yourself. It's one thing if somebody else does it to you. It's one thing if you do it to yourself, and he did it to himself on a major degree. What is on the street they are walking down? Whoa. Oh, you must be talking about something else in chat being talked about. Oh, okay. Yeah, you guys are. All right. Now let me get back to this. They're still talking about Shannon Gray here when it comes to his pestering. And I'm glad that, this dude, well, I don't know. They, like somebody said in chat earlier, I wonder if they sat him aside after the court hearing was over and the judge had a talk with him or something. Because, I don't know, he was popping off at the mouth and you don't really see or hear from him anymore.
Yeah. Well, he had no
You know,
place in that courtroom. So
hell no, he didn't. It was ridiculous. Waste of the court's time. But we had to show it.
I believe Justice Brennan states that there's no doubt that the court has authority though it's in a footnote. It's no doubt that the court has authority to regulate the speech of attorneys, witnesses, and other participants in the court process. At this point, the evidence that's been provided is that the family would be potential witnesses in the case, as Mr. Thompson mentioned. We haven't necessarily been able to make a full assessment of that, but undoubtedly they'd be witnesses in any sentencing.
And what about the standard? Strict scrutiny or lower standard?
Your Honor, we would argue that the court should apply the standard in Gentile versus State Bar of Nevada, where the Supreme Court stated that, I don't want to mess this up, quick here, that the speech of lawyers may be regulated under a less demanding standard. So we would argue that so long as the court finds that it has a duty under Shepherd to preserve the right to a fair and impartial trial, that the order addresses the substantial likelihood that pretrial, that negative pretrial publicity would have on that right, then the court would have authority to impose the amended non-dissemination order.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Thank you.
Judge, I think a lot has already been said, and obviously you wrote a lot in the briefing, so I guess I'll just touch on a couple of things. In terms of the argument that the victims' families are not involved in the litigation of this case and therefore don't fall into 3.6, would be our position that if you have statutory and constitutional rights involved in this case, you're involved in the litigation. Regardless of whether or not the prosecution is willing to work closely with you or whatever issue you have there, the reality is if you have literal rights that permit you certain things that are involved in this case, you're involved in litigation. And therefore you fall within 3.6 just like everyone else. Second, the standard from Gentile is the substantial likelihood of material prejudice. I don't want to get too much into that, Judge. I think that's kind of this afternoon's argument. I think the main thing before the court, as far as Mr. Gray and the family, it's just, does it fall within this? And then the court to decide what is appropriate. But I would note that given the vast amount of media coverage in this case, and the fact that it seems like no matter what anybody says or does, in one way, shape, or form, it will be twisted into an attack on the client. We also agree that at this point, the safest thing to do is for everyone to just not be talking to the media and allow statements to be made here where we all get a chance to speak and the media gets all that information. If they still choose to do what it is they've been doing, then that's on them. But we don't have somebody just trying to whip the media into a frenzy and send this case to firing squad or probably something like that. So that's our main concern. The only other thing that I wanted to address, and the court addressed this a little bit, the reason we stand silent with grand jury indictments is because there's an old arcane rule that says that if you have a grand jury indictment and you enter a plea, you are accepting the validity of the indictment. I haven't seen the prosecutor try to use that in a long time, but we can avoid any possible claims that somehow we can't challenge anything with the indictment by simply standing silent and having the court enter the plea. So just so that everybody's clear, that's why we do that. Does the court have any questions for me?
I don't think so, but thank you for that additional education.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Gray, it's your motion, so you can respond to what other counsel.
Here we go, Morris Shannon Gray.
I guess the first thing
Oh, I thought he was done.
Yeah.
I did too.
That I haven't allowed our clients to speak with the investigators. You'll realize that the date of the incident, I wasn't retained on this case until close to December 5th, which will be more than 3 weeks after the incident occurred.
and they still have made no contact as far as investigating and interviewing the victim's families. So somehow that I precluded that in some way is just not true, Your Honor. And as far as scheduling those things, I'll just leave it at that. The second part is everyone is quoting the Gentile case. The Gentile case is exactly like all of the other cases. It says over and over, it has to be a lawyer participating in the judicial proceedings. It has to be a lawyer who represents a defendant involved with the criminal justice system, a lawyer actively participating in trial, a lawyer who's participating before the courts can only be limited if he's participating in front of the courts. None of it applies to me.
It seems like you're in court right now.
Because you're the one that brought me here because of the non-dissemination.
You brought yourself.
Yeah, well,
you're the one who filed.
Oh, snap.
I did follow that because the non-dissemination order is.
Yeah, you said you're the one that brought yourself in here. You're the one that brought yourself in here. I think he's kind of having fun with it, and that's the best way to approach it. You turn a negative into a positive, you know. He's instead of getting upset, he's laughing at it because of how ridiculous it is. And again, he's standing up talking more fucking shit. Like, dude, come on, man. We've already spent 31 minutes of the court's time. Now we get to spend more. It's props to this judge, man, for real. Even more after tonight.
Participating in front of the courts. None of it applies to me.
It seems like you're in court right now.
Because you're the one that brought me in here because of the non-dissemination.
You brought yourself.
Yeah, well,
you're the one who filed the motion.
I did file a motion because the non-dissemination order is unconstitutional.
I'm just trying to clarify what you just said.
This will probably be the only time I'm allowed.
Yeah, let's clarify it.
I don't have the authority to file any other motions on anything else.
If anybody was going to have the name Judge, it's this dude right here. You know what I mean? He's perfect to have the fucking name. Everybody wants to talk and make fun of Judge's name. Oh, Judge, who has... You know what? That fits this dude perfect. Judge, motherfucking Judge is what I'm... Great dude. Wow. Judge. The guy that deserves to be Judge. Just get rid of the other judge. Just call him Judge. You know? Like Madonna. Judge. Just Judge.
Else in this case.
Why would you say that?
Well, because I'm not a party to the case.
Because I'm not appointed to the case. Did I just hear that?
Right?
Well, the Supreme Court has said they have standing to come into the court and address issues. So
yeah, but that's completely separate. They're not.
Well, I know it's separate.
Okay.
So I also.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing, Shannon Gray.
Representing the family's victim, victim's family, and I respect that. And there are some constitutional issues, rights that they have. So I'm not just dismissing that.
And the mere fact that you have a right, I'm absolutely positive that the Idaho legislature and the Constitution, when they gave victims rights, didn't think that was implementing those victims into the trial in some way. Absolutely positive that wasn't the intention of it.
Totally agree with that.
So this idea that if you have rights, then you're involved is just beyond. That being said, Your Honor, nothing precluded the prosecution from contacting my clients well before I was representing them. They had almost 3 weeks to contact them. I think, don't mark me on this, I think I was retained on December 5th. I think that was the day. I don't have my file in front of me, but it would hold me to it. But I think that was the day. So they had plenty of time to contact my clients and interview them if they were going to be potential witnesses in this case. And since then, every time we have had a meeting, we have initiated that conversation. It hasn't been the prosecution initiating that conversation.
So are you saying since
CJ, Chalk Baby wants to know if you can turn your music down a little. She said she can't hear it.
Yeah, I already hit mute. I don't have. I barely.
Thanks.
That's the thing. I had my volume only on 5. Yeah, I already hit mute on it. I only had my volume at 5, so I'm surprised anybody was able to hear the music. But yeah, I went ahead and muted it already, everybody.
This, in the meetings that I have had with the prosecution's office, I have asked, as part of that, whether interviewing my clients might be an issue. Would they like to do that in some way? I've offered that up in some way, and they've never taken us up on it. And maybe a random email here and there that says something and no follow-up whatsoever about it. So this idea that they are going to be witnesses in this case is just an attempt by the prosecution to shut them up as well as to shut me up. And by the way, people
To shut him
about
up.
this. All of the information that has been disseminated to the public.
Yeah, let's not even let you respond, Judge. Let's just bring up something else too. Right. There's only a couple more minutes of this and then it's done. That's it,
From the
everybody.
get-go was the mayor, Art Bedke.
Wow.
Chief Fry had interviews. Bill Thompson had interviews. The coroner
Yeah.
had interviews. All
Yeah,
of
they're
those people had
involved. They're involved.
We didn't until we were
'Cause you're not.
started getting information and started trying to figure out what was going on after they had given interview after interview after interview. That was the purpose of the
Here's my
judge issuing
links.
the non-dissemination order, is to quiet them up, not quiet the victims up. They had no control over that investigation from the get-go.
That order was a stipulation between the
That's,
state and Mr. Koberger.
that's the other thing though, is that the court, after that Zoom meeting, Judge Marshall incorrectly said that that was stipulated by all parties. I never stipulated to that. I emailed the
You're not a
judge.
party.
Exactly right. I'm not involved in the
The
case.
stipulation was between the parties. Since
So,
you correctly stated who the parties are.
so we would
I
ask,
agree, but you were suggesting that it was entered to shut down the prosecutor's office.
why would they
That's what
claim?
you just said.
I do think that part of the, that was part of the process, is that they understood that their investigation was getting out of hand. Too many people were talking in their investigation, and that's why they stipulated to it. Yes, I do.
When you say they, you mean the prosecutor's
Yes.
office.
Yes.
All right.
Do you want me to give you a final, or do you?
Go fight.
Okay.
Keep going, buddy. Keep going.
I have the right to repeat what my clients say to the media. I also have an independent right governed by the Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct regarding those individual rights versus my own opinions. But those opinions, I don't firmly believe, would fall under the publicity rule on the Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct, because I'm not litigating it or part of the litigation. And the reason those things are in place are because people that have real privy information regarding the prosecution and the defense, which I don't, which my clients don't in any way, it shouldn't apply here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green. All right, well, I'm not going to issue a decision today. I'm going to issue a written decision.
Yeah.
There is a lot of briefing, and I heard some very interesting argument today. And I'll get that to work and try to get a decision out as soon as possible. So, anything else we need to address before I adjourn? Mr. Thompson? Ms. Taylor? Mr. Anything?
Yeah, we thought you'd probably want to issue an order and wait, but I guess we're just wondering if in the meantime, the order as it is remains in place.
Yes. It remains in place until I address it.
Right?
With that, we are.
Yeah, it remains until he addresses it. He already told you he's not going to give you a decision right there. He was going to give it to you in writing. What the hell don't you hear from the judge the whole time? To me, it sounded like the dude did a lot of talking, but did no listening whatsoever.
No.
None. Just baby rants the whole time.
And why does he feel that he is entitled to information, especially from the prosecuting side?
Right?
All he's going to do is jeopardize the case because his clients, so to speak, are to be witnesses. And if they're going to be cross-examined, he's not thinking, obviously.
No, because all the people he was mentioning were people that are involved in the investigation or part of the legal teams. None of them, you know, like you're comparing yourself to all these other people who are involved in the investigation or involved on the legal teams to your left or right. You saw where they're sitting. You're an attorney. You know how this shit works. Why are you even asking fucking questions that you already know the damn answer to?
Right.
You already know the answer to.
He just, like you said, won the 30 minutes of fame.
Shame.
Yeah, fame is exactly it.
30 minutes of shame. More than that now, because you tack on the end of it, and that's probably about 40 minutes total.
My eyes, he embarrassed himself.
And that was, and Ann Taylor, they just sat there, sat there the whole time.
Yeah.
Why was Ann Taylor wearing a mask yesterday?
I don't know. That was kind of odd.
Wasn't it?
Maybe she was under the weather. Don't know.
I don't know. A mask? I don't know. I had a nurse reach out to me in an email last week and mention that COVID, there was 10 patients that tested positive for COVID that day. And she said, just be careful. Make sure you're washing your hands and practicing social distancing. And I was like, what? Some nurse sent that to me. I don't even know who it was. I don't remember. But it was just...
My son-in-law, he had COVID this last weekend. He tested positive.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, is this going to be a thing again? Are we going to be wearing masks again?
Oh my God, please no.
Well, it is a couple years since that came out, and it happens every few years, so it's probably that part of the cycle where maybe there's another one coming, unfortunately. What were you guys... Somebody was saying something about looking something up. I don't know. Oh, about Shannon Gray. Yeah, if you want to send it to me, here's the links if you want to send information, and then I'll go into it in another show. We're gonna get to this next court hearing. Now, this was let me see here. Let me get the date for you. June 27th. And this was BK's attorneys fight for evidence in court. This is where they were talking about the third supplemental discovery request. And this is where the pure speculation comment spawned. The first one. Now, you saw that they did another one yesterday. That's what made me go, I need to rewatch all of these freaking court hearings and really listen to the verbiage, watch the reactions, watch the directions. We saw Judge, bravo, the way to handle that situation. Couldn't have handled it any better. So again, this one's only 29 minutes, and then we'll get to the one from yesterday after this one. And we're going to save the witness testimonies for anything.
There wasn't 3 cell towers out there.
There what?
There's not 3 cell towers out that way in Moscow.
I just thought there was
Yeah, I'm
two.
not even sure why she's talking to me about the cell towers or how we got on that
Mhm.
conversation, but yeah.
And plus, there's jamming. You can do jamming in a phone also. I was researching that earlier today.
Yeah, I tried to
So,
tell her you had a show on earlier that had all sorts of good information
mhm.
about cell phone tracking
Oh
and
yeah, we did.
tracing and whatnot,
Yeah,
but
we went
I
over
don't know
that.
why we're talking about cell phone towers. I
Yeah,
was trying
we're
to respond to
yeah.
some other people, so yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe they have their own conversation in chat or something. We're
No, she's
actually
tagging
talking
me.
about Shannon Gray. Oh, well, I'm
Yeah.
not sure. We're discussing the
It
court
was
hearings here,
I wasn't
not
talking about cell phone
not
towers.
cell phone pings. Sorry.
But we're clarifying
Um.
to you right now that there was not 3 towers.
Oh, I thought there it was another conversation going in chat. I didn't realize somebody
No,
was shouting out
directing
somebody
it
on
again.
panel. We're here talking about the court hearing, so I'm not sure
Yeah. Right.
what's going on.
That
But I'll
show
definitely pay more attention. I don't know.
that was from earlier today.
Yeah, go check out the earlier episode though. Seriously, we did. We had a great video about it with Eric Snowden. Eric Snowden was in that, and then after that one was the whole technology side of it and everything. Because we had a lot of questions about it.
Mhm.
We had a lot of questions about it, so we ended up looking up some stuff and became informed. That's for sure.
That's what it's all about.
That's right. Let me see here. Let me put this in chat. Now, this is this court appearance here. And we'll get into this one. This one's about 29 minutes. So this one won't take too long. Let me update the content information. And we'll
We're
get
gonna
into this one.
Oh no,
What?
this is Brian Koberger's attorney.
Yes. This is where they're talking. This is where she's requesting the training records from the 3 officers. This is where the whole speculation comment first came from.
The Giglio kind of runs in.
The
course-
3 officers, yeah.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. I got to throw this coffee cup up right in the beginning because they're going to obviously be zoomed. Here we go.
Thank you all for being here. We sure do appreciate you.
Yeah, appreciate it. And thanks for being on replay if you're checking it out on replay too. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It's the free way. And here we go on this one. Oh,
All rise. Thank you for seated. Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, let's get on the record, please. Thank you. Okay, we're on the record. This is State of Idaho versus Brian Koberger. Case number CR 29222805. Mr. Koberger is in the court. He is represented by Ms. Taylor, Mr. Logston, and Ms. Nassett. The state is represented by Mr. Thompson and Ms. Jennings, also Mr. Nye and Ms. Beatty. And we're here for some motions, discussions, and before we get there, I want to address, really everybody about the revised amended dissemination order. Apparently there's some misunderstanding about who it applies to and who it doesn't apply to. Because what I thought, and this is 100% my responsibility, I used the term agents, and the revised order says that the prosecuting attorneys, defense attorneys, any agents of the prosecuting attorneys and defense attorneys are affected by this order. Apparently, some of the media interpreted that as it doesn't apply to law enforcement, but it does. So law enforcement is, they are agents of the prosecuting attorneys. Now I'm going to issue another order, another revised order, just to make sure that that is clear, because people seem to be very confused about that. Agent, definition of an agent is one that acts or has the power or authority to act. Another definition is one empowered to act for or represent another. So I'm going to include law enforcement for the prosecuting attorney's agents, and for the defense attorneys, investigators. So it's clear. I think it's sort of doubling down on the definition, but apparently that's necessary. I'm also going to add retained expert witnesses for each side because we don't want to have a trial in the media or in the public. We want it to be in the courtroom. Speaking of that, a comment on the cameras. They're in the courtroom now, and I have deferred my decision about cameras. One of the things that's going to be really important, that is very important, is that the people with the camera and media need to follow the rules. And we've had some issues where people were pushing the envelope, particularly focusing on the tables where counsel sits. You are not to turn your cameras toward the top of those tables. And if you do that, you're probably going to have to leave the courtroom. Also, one of the things that happened in the Daybell case is that the cameras just continued to focus on the defendant. Don't do that. That's what brought the cameras to have to leave the courtroom in that case. And what I would prefer, if you want to continue to have cameras in this courtroom, is to back off and not. Do we have that? Yeah.
And instead, they, on the last one yesterday, they zoomed in on his fucking lap and his hands. Not to mention all the other times I had to put up the coffee cup or even put up my full screen because the full screen was going to show. It's.
I wonder at the next hearing if he'll address that, because I'm sure he's going to go back and watch.
I'm surprised it didn't. I wonder if it got addressed after this one. You know? Because he's telling them right here, and they're zoomed in on him. And then they just went hardcore. It's like when the Doors were on the Ed Sullivan show and they said, hey, can you change the lyrics?
Yeah.
And then he went out on stage and did it anyway.
Yep.
It's the same kind of shit. Like, don't do this. And the court TV's like, fuck it. We're doing it anyway, and we're going to do it even more. We're going to shove it in your face. It's ridiculous. They're going to screw it up for everybody. This is a teaching moment, court TV. Respect the frickin' judge, dude.
Yep, I agree.
Make sure that's muted. Make sure that we just have the totality of what is happening in the court, and not just focus, for example, on Mr. Koberger's face. So that was what happened in that case, and it's not appropriate. One other reminder to counsel: speak, and this is to myself, to speak into the microphone so we can have a good record. All right, I think those are my general announcements or cautions. And I think we've sort of boiled things down to some issues on a motion to compel discovery. Some of those issues have been resolved, some have not. So let me go to you, Ms. Taylor, to start off. Where do we start?
Your Honor, we would request that we start on defendant's motion to compel and second motion to compel. I believe the third motion to compel will be heard on a different date.
True.
As it relates to the two motions to compel, and I'll present my arguments whenever the court's ready, but I can direct the court exactly to the numbers in those motions to compel that are still up for discussion today and requested from the court.
Excellent. I'm ready.
On the original motion to compel, we are only seeking the court to order number 6 be complied with in that motion, in that particular motion.
Okay, let me take a look at that. Number 6. And so this is the motion to compel discovery that was filed on May 4th.
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
Number 6. And that is request number 160.
That is for request number 160, and that was in the second supplemental discovery.
Okay, thank you. All right. We're getting, is that me? Okay. Number 6.
Number 6 on that one, yes. On the second motion to compel, Your Honor, we are leaving the court to order on request number 1, number 4, number 5. And I think that we have a plan for the other numbers, so those would be the 3 we need to work on.
Thank you. Let me make sure we're good to see the page. Okay, number 1 is request 1. Before it's request 23.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, it's number 2, request 4.
Okay, I apologize. Number 2, request 4. Okay, and you said number 5?
And number 5, which is request 109.
Thank you. All right. And that's the second motion to compel discovery.
Correct.
All right. You want to make an argument about those?
I would love to.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Your Honor, first, I want to start with talking about the discovery process. As the court knows, we have been representing Mr. Koberger since the very end of December of 2022. And during the course of the last several months, there has been a lot of discovery that's been requested and a lot that's been supplied. I come here asking the court to compel discovery. I'm seeking an order directing that we receive this discovery. I'm not seeking any other kind of sanction. I don't come here saying that the prosecutor has done something wrong. I come here saying that there are things that we have.
And again, no chains hop down because their phone battery heated up. Totally understand with StreamYard. I do want to try and see if I can try out some other programs because StreamYard's bugging for me. It's making me delayed and everything, and I'm just getting really tired of the buggy mess, honestly. And I pay $30 a month for this shit, and it's ridiculous. So I'm definitely going to be exploring other options. And maybe tomorrow when I do the football stuff on the lounge. But I also do have to throw up. Yeah, I'm going to, it's one of them is EVMUX. I'm going to be trying to test out tomorrow.
Okay.
Definitely. It's something that a friend of mine, Silky Southern Tea, she uses EVMUX and I've always used StreamYard because it's something I'm familiar with. Like, it helps with one screen. It helps me be able to run a fucking show as smooth as I can because I'm so familiar with it. But I'm getting so tired. I'm like, it's at the point right now where I've had my StreamYard tab timeout on me like 3 times, and I'm clicking wait so I don't get booted from it. It's constantly being buggy. It's a buggy freaking mess, and I've been paying for it, and I've been dealing with it for so long, and I'm just at this point where it's just like, dude, I'm tired of giving you money for this. This is a free version. This should be free if it's gonna act like this. Not $30 a month. But I am also putting the coffee cup up also, even if it is Zoom back, because of misinformation that's being put on there from Court TV as well, when it comes to BK following 3 of the victims' Instagram accounts. They did it yesterday at the court hearing. I had to put the coffee cup up, even if it was Zoom back, because of the misinformation, and I'm doing it again tonight, obviously, because I didn't realize that they did it on this one either. And I'm glad that I'm noticing on this, because if we ever do watch this ever again, I'm going to be making sure that I have a good eye. I mean, seriously, it's already enough trying to watch chat, watch the Zoom, and then watch the information over here on the left. That's very small typing when I'm trying to run everything for the show. This is the Court TV, man. They need to step up and quit doing this shit. This is ridiculous. It's sad that I have to cover up the shit that the judge is telling them not to do. It's sad that I need to fucking do this shit, and I have to take time away from the community to make sure that I get the stuff right for the judge. I mean, come on, Court TV. This is it's ridiculous.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Your Honor, first, I want to start with talking about the discovery process. As the court knows, we have been representing Mr. Koberger since the very end of December of 2022. And during the course of the last several months, there has been a lot of discovery that's been requested and a lot that's been supplied. I come here asking the court to compel discovery. I'm seeking an order directing that we receive this discovery. I'm not seeking any other kind of sanction. I don't come here saying that the prosecutor has done something wrong. I come here saying that there are things that we have a disagreement about whether I should get them or when I should get them, and we seek a court order to assist us in this regard. Yesterday, we filed an exhibit that related to our motions to compel, and the purpose of that exhibit was to show the court how the discovery is coming in and what we are weeding through to try to find the information, and to let the court know that our office is making extraordinary efforts. Mr. Koberger's team works nonstop, and when we ask for discovery, it's because we have reason to believe it exists. So I wanted the Court of Counsel to be aware it's not a fishing expedition. These are real items that are really necessary to investigate this case and prepare Mr. Koberger's defense. So with that as the background and the frequent communication with the prosecutor's office to try to obtain the materials we need, we have come to an impasse in a few areas, and that's what brings us to court today. As the court knows, discovery is governed by statute 1309 and Idaho Criminal Rule 16. And the purpose of discovery is really to prevent an unfair trial, to prevent trial by surprise, and also to protect a charged person's rights to meet their defense. It protects their Sixth Amendment rights to have a sufficient and a prepared counsel, I should say, as we have a duty to investigate the case. So in preparing our case for Mr. Koberger, we've asked for several things that we still need. I'll talk first about request number 6 in the first motion to compel, and that stems from discovery request 160. It's training records. These are training records of 3 specific police officers. Your Honor, we have not asked for training records for every officer that has had anything to do with the case. I would not want to stand here and let the court think that this is an exhaustive list of the officers that we might need training records for. But these are 3 officers that we've requested them for, and the state has indicated they're not. These 3 officers are officers that have each conducted critical interviews with critical witnesses in a case, made decisions about the
All right, we need to take a break. Of course, we're going to hit the pause button. You won't miss any of this motions hearing. She's just saying.
Are trying to make a case where they want records of these officers that responded to the crime scene. Let's listen in.
Investigations. We seek their training records to understand their processes. The training records, Your Honor, they are records that we've been able to obtain from various police agencies in the past. In this circumstance, are not records that I can find on my own. These are not things that are on the internet. They're not going to just hand them over to me. The 2 of the officers that we've requested them about are Idaho State Police officers. I have often received training records from Idaho State Police officers in the preparation of other cases during the course of my career. They are imperative for us to understand the specialty in interrogating and interviewing people, and for making the decisions that they make with regard to things taken as evidence in the case, or things followed up on or not followed up on. That is the purpose for those records, and we're asking the court to order the state to provide the training records for those 3 officers. Moving on then to our second motion to compel. And what we are looking for is a lot of information from the FBI task team, as well as the FBI forensic examiner team. What we're talking about here is the task team.
What's up, lady?
The FBI examiners that use cell phone records to provide a lot of information that found its way into the probable cause affidavit that the state relied on in arresting Mr. Koberger. I had the opportunity to meet with the prosecutor, and they indicate that.
No, Robert. Everybody's here to have their own theories, thoughts, and opinions. It's all about respect. So if everybody is respectful with their theories, thoughts, and opinions, then there is no problem here at the show. It becomes a problem when people become disrespectful. And that's what we're about: peace, positivity, and progress. So, no, you're not wrong. Everybody is entitled to their own theory, thought, and opinion, my friend. And thank you for hopping in the show.
We will be getting those items in number 1 and number 6 disclosed to us, but we don't know when. So I'm asking this court to issue an order with a date certain to obtain those records. These are bits of investigation that the FBI conducted that relate to Mr. Koberger's cell phone, and the state has relied on that in their affidavit to say that Mr. Koberger was in certain places at certain times. So these are bits of information and analysis that's been done since December. We are now at the end of June. We do not have those records yet, Your Honor. They are something that's been relied upon by the state for the PC affidavit to arrest Mr. Koberger, as well as to obtain a variety of search warrants. It's information that the state has agreed we should have, so we ask the court for an order with a deadline to get that. I want the court to know, I don't think that Mr. Thompson or Ms. Jen
Okay. Okay. My bad. I don't know what happened there. Okay. That's really cool.
the training records, Your Honor, they are records that we've been
Sorry,
able to
everybody.
obtain from various police agencies in the past. In this circumstance, are not records that I can find on my own. These are not things that are on the internet. They're not going to just hand them over to me. The two of the officers that we've requested them about are Idaho State Police officers. I have often received training records for Idaho State Police officers in the preparation of other cases during the course of my career. They are imperative for us to understand the specialty in interrogating and interviewing people and for making the decisions that they make with regard to things taken as evidence in the case or things followed up on or not followed up on. That is the purpose for those records, and we're asking the court to order the state to provide the training records for those three officers. Moving on then to our second motion to compel. And what we are looking for is a lot of information from the FBI CAS team, as well as the FBI forensic examiner team. What we're talking about here is the CAS team are the FBI examiners that use cell phone records to provide a lot of information that found its way into the probable cause affidavit that the state relied on in arresting Mr. Koberger. I had the opportunity to meet with the prosecutor, and they indicate that we will be getting those items in number 1 and number 6 disclosed to us, but we don't know when. So I'm asking this court to issue an order with a date certain to obtain those records.
Right. And that's what they want to know. They're like, look, if you're using this to arrest my client, to bust down in the house like you did to apprehend him, you didn't bring him in for questioning, and then you had him flown back and being charged for the unaliving of 4 people, and they want to know where this is the stuff that's on the PCA, right? How in the hell did you arrest my client? And we're just asking for the information that you were using to arrest the client. Scrunched up, in my opinion, scrunched up paper in a Christmas stocking, making you think that it's Kit Kats and Hot Wheels, and you open it up and it's just a bunch of paper. And I kind of feel like they used the whole buddy system. Hey, trust us. There's Kit Kats and Hot Wheels in there. Trust us. Okay. Signature. Now it's like, hey, we need this produced. Listen to their answer. Listen to the prosecution's answer here. I'm going to rewind it 30 seconds. Listen to the prosecution's answer here. After everything she's asking for, which she should have.
I had the opportunity to meet with the prosecutor, and they indicate that we will be getting those items in number 1 and number 6 disclosed to us, but we don't know when. So I'm asking this court to issue an order with a date certain to obtain those records. These are bits of investigation that the FBI conducted.
No, Vicky. We're covering all 3 for the title. It should say the 3 BK court hearings. We're covering all 3. We're on the second one right now, and then we're covering the one from yesterday again at the end of this episode. But if you do want to see the live reaction that we have from the court hearing, definitely check out this episode if you want to get to it. This one will actually give you the live reaction that we gave you when we were the first ones to be showing that. So definitely hit that link if you're trying to watch it right away. Otherwise, continue to hang out with us on this one. This one's a short one. We only got about maybe 15 minutes left, and then we will be getting in to the one that was yesterday. But there's the link for that one, and I'll be posting a highlight of that live reaction. I wish I would have did it today, but I'm going to go ahead and do it overnight, and I'll have it posted for you guys in the morning. So definitely look for that clip highlight of the live replay coming out in the morning of when we did that hearing yesterday. Definitely, you want to see, there's other people that had reaction videos to this. Just wait till you see my highlight clip of what we played yesterday. And if you want to see it right now, go to that link, go to the 6 hour and 10 minute mark, and you'll get to see everything unfold right there. It's ridiculous. I got very upset.
Conducted that
Yeah,
relate
you weren't the
to
only one.
Mr. Koberger's cell
Sorry,
phone
Dolphin.
and
Hold
his.
on. Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, I
Go ahead.
just was saying you weren't the only one.
Yeah, I
Go
was
ahead.
upset. Yeah, you want to see it? Well, just wait till. If you want to wait, you can watch it now. You can click on that link and watch it now.
Oh
But
no.
otherwise, I'm gonna be taking a clip of that and making a highlight of it tomorrow morning, and it'll be posted. And just watch it then. You can see it 2 times if you want. You can see it 10 times if you want. It's gonna be up. Like I didn't realize, you know, uh, there's all these. Everybody was gonna be making them, but shit, I guess I'll make one too. That's another thing. Like, if you guys know, if there's anything you want me to make short, I don't have a lot of time to like sit back and rewatch stuff and like think about, ooh, this would probably be a good highlight. I kind of just speak from the heart. So if there's anything that you guys notice of the show that you're like, damn, that would be something that CJ should make for a highlight video, let me know. Send me the timestamp. Tell me, what the topic is or whatever. And then, I can literally, instead of it taking me an hour to an hour and a half to try and even make one, if you give me a timestamp and a topic of what was said on panel or something, I can literally come home and get that clip made in like 10 minutes. So if you want to help me out for the short form content until I do the Monday through Friday and I'm able to, shoot me some timestamps. Because I just speak from the heart. I don't know if what I'm saying is interesting or, just help me out.
State has relied on that in their affidavit to say that Mr. Koberger was in certain places at certain times. So these are bits of information and analysis that's been done since December. We are now at the end of June. We do not have those records yet, Your Honor. They are something that's been relied upon by the state for the PC affidavit to arrest Mr. Koberger, as well as to obtain a variety of search warrants.
What's up,
It's
Christy?
information that the state has agreed we should have, so we ask the court for an order with a deadline to get that. I want the court to know, I don't think that Mr. Thompson or Ms. Jennings are trying to withhold this. I think they'll get it to me when they have it, but I think an order from the court saying this is the date certain may help them get the information a little bit more rapidly. I'll move on to our last request, and that's number 2 in the second motion to compel, request number 4. And that has to do with the FBI forensic examiner that told the state to look for a white Hyundai Elantra. This is the examiner that originally there were certain years looked for, and that year range was expanded. I believe I have the communications between the police department and the FBI about how that date range changed, but what I don't have is the report from the examiner. I did receive the CD, curriculum vitae, from about the examiner late yesterday from the prosecutor's office, so I'm asking the court to order a deadline for the report to be given to the defense. Again, the court's read the probable cause affidavit that led to Mr. Koberger's arrest, and the court can see.
See, again, just wait for the response and look at Bill Thompson. He's just rocking like a motherfucker. He probably can't wait to respond. Just look at him rocking, man.
This vehicle identification was heavily
He's ready
relied
to
on
stand
by the
up.
state to arrest Mr.
But if he was sitting back where like the blonde lady's sitting there with the glasses, I bet he would have stood up like he did yesterday a few times where it looked like he was losing his cool.
Yeah, he definitely was losing his cool.
As well as to obtain a lot of.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Dolphin.
No, I just was agreeing with you. Yeah, he was losing his cool.
Yeah, it looked like he was losing his cool. It's ridiculous.
But I kind of
We'll
don't
get
blame
to
him
that
though, too.
I mean, yeah, it's turning into a shit show. But honestly, your name's at the top. So you hey, You're in control of this shit, bro. You know, this is your ball game. It's not their fault.
Our search warrants. This is information that is very necessary for us to prepare our case. I don't think Mr. Thompson and Ms. Jennings are withholding anything. I think they don't have it, but I think we need a court order with a deadline so that we can get that. As the court is aware, the state has a duty to provide discovery to the defense. As the court is aware that not producing discovery, especially when it's material, can be a due process violation. And as the court is aware, the state has filed its notice of intent to seek death against Mr. Koberger. These are critical.
And Taylor putting up an argument there with her motions during this motions hearing in front of the judge there in late.
For what she wants.
All of them, including the police training records. They're necessary for us to prepare and present our defense of Mr. Koberger. They're necessary for us to do our investigation. They're necessary for us to prepare our case and our motion package moving forward. These are things that we need to have. There is a heightened standard now that the state has filed its notice of intent to seek death, and these are very relevant, critical bits of information. They are discoverable, and we're asking the court to order that they be supplied to us.
Mr. Thompson or Ms. Jennings? Ms. Jennings.
So Ms. Taylor's correct. She has everything that the state has in our possession. And we have worked diligently and consistently in getting her all the information that we have in a quick fashion. To date, we have discovered approximately about 13,000 pages of reports, 13,000 photographs, over 10,000 tips, and over 51 terabytes of audio and video information. So we are down to just a few points of disagreement.
Sorry, my little.
Is it okay if I say?
Yes, yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
First, with regard to item number 6 on the defendant's first motion to compel discovery. This involves training records of a couple of officers. Again, these are officers who the state would argue are not material to the case. They've interviewed.
I'm going to let that play again. They're stating these officers are not material to this case.
This involves training records of a couple of officers. Again, these are officers who the state would argue.
Because I wanted to time you out for the word that you typed in chat, Robert. So that's why. It's my show, buddy. See, it says Evil CJ on it.
Again, these are officers who the state would argue are not material to the case. They've interviewed other witnesses. They wouldn't even be called by the state to testify at trial. And the state objects to this because training records of specified officers aren't included within Rule 16. And they haven't offered any reason as to why this would be needed for the preparation of their case. Again, these are investigators who have gone out and just interviewed some witnesses within the case. So we'd ask that you rule that this is outside Rule 16. I would just remind the court that several hundred investigators have been involved in this case. Our concern with allowing training records for these few, which we can't understand why there's a substantial need for these particular ones, wouldn't open the door to us then having to go and obtain training records for these hundreds of investigating officers who've been involved, some of which are outside of our control. Moving on to the second motion to compel. As to item number 1, regarding cast information. Ms. Taylor has everything that we have. I've also, that includes reports from MPD officers. What she is seeking is a specific report from the FBI cast team, which I have indicated to her is in its final stages of review. And we are anticipating receiving sooner rather than later. And as soon as we do, we will turn that over.
But sooner than later.
Well, I don't have a date certain, but within the next few weeks.
I think Ms. Taylor wants a date.
I don't have a date.
Not mistaken.
I've asked for a date, but that is not how the federal bureaucracy works.
That's, how about we say something like July 14th, unless there's some reason that they can't get that to you.
No objection.
Is that what you say?
Yes, Your Honor. And then the state has substantially complied with request number 4, which is the same types of information, but related to the identification of the vehicle. Would ask for the exact same date certain of July 14th, only to obtain, if there is one, a potential report that's outstanding.
Okay. Is that acceptable, Ms. Taylor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, I mean, if there's some pitch in that, I mean, we can explore that, see what we can fix it.
Nothing further. That takes care of everything.
Thank you, Ms. Jennings. Anything to respond to, Ms. Taylor?
Yes, Your Honor. I want to hear a little bit more on the police training records. I am aware that over 120 officers were involved in the investigation in this case. I am not asking for all 120 officers. I will tell the court that likely there are other officers' training records that I will want. This is within Idaho Criminal Rule 16. These are records, documents, and objects that may have information relevant to Mr. Koberger's investigation and defense. These are records that are likely of witnesses. Whether or not the state calls them, they are likely to be witnesses. The 3 that I'm asking for now, they have critical roles at various stages. One of the officers did a spillman search for 2011 to 2013 on Beta Montrose to get to the FBI to look for police. One of them, that same officer assisted in the search for police. This same officer interviewed witnesses from the scene of 1122 King Road on the 13th of November. This officer did follow up with some of the key witnesses in a case. This officer signed an Ada County lab agreement, and this officer handled and collected evidence. The second officer that I seek the information from did an interview with a key witness that's expected to testify when this case goes to trial. This officer also mentioned a specialty of working with victims and trauma victims. I think those training records are very relevant. The interview of this key witness was one of multiple interviews of this same key witness by various law enforcement officers. There is a lot of information in the various interviews that's going to come into trial. This officer may well be subpoenaed by the defense to come to trial. That person's training records are very. The last officer did multiple interviews, I think a dozen or so. Many of them after the arrest of Mr. Koberger. This officer also interviewed key witnesses in the case. This officer attended the autopsy proceedings. This officer followed up on tips. This officer made decisions about the tips that were given to law enforcement. And this officer also collected bits of evidence. Those functions that police officers make daily in their jobs, they make decisions about a case that later comes to court. They've made decisions about the case the state's going to present against Mr. Coburger. They talked to key witnesses. How they do their job, how they were trained to do their job, and what they relied on is incredibly important. When they take the stand, they will say, based on my training and experience, I hope criminal rule 6.
I mean, Matt, they're still talking about the training, the experience of the officers, the information they want.
This defense attorney, Ann Taylor, really driving home the point of why she wants their background information. That's just one of the things that they're going over today. But don't worry, we're going to be talking about it coming up. It's been a pleasure being with you, Judge Ashley.
As always, with
It's been a pleasure. Yeah, the three officers that are not material to the case. And I want to apologize because sometimes I do have to throw this little screen up here from time to time when they go extra zoom. So I apologize for having to do that, but that's why I do that when it comes to certain parts, because they go extra on the zoom, and they'll be doing it on this next one that we're going to go into, and this is the one again from yesterday. So I'm going to ask you, I'll leave it up to you guys, and you guys let me know, everybody that's here in the chat. Thank you all for hopping in. There's a couple comments I want to get to. We had heard those things as well, but there's nothing that's been confirmed. But it is kind of interesting, right? No chains, right? So 3 officers not a part of the case. And I want to say, Marie, good morning. What I'm going to try and start doing as we're watching these episodes from this point on is so that way we don't end up dragging these things out like crazy long. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start starring comments as they're rolling through. And then when we get to certain breaks, I'm going to go ahead and get to everybody. Kind of like that way. I don't know. It's something new I'm going to try that I kind of thought of tonight. So this is, do you guys want to hear, or I should say watch, the Court TV live that I'm going to be making a highlight of, the one from yesterday? Or do you want us to watch the Court TV one and not the one from that we streamed yesterday? Do you want to do just the Court TV, or do you want to hear the live reaction court hearing that we did yesterday? Because really I can play either one because they're both going to be covering the same thing, and I'll probably say the same shit. And then if you ever would want me to pause it at any point, Dolphin, I could always pause it. But I think I don't know. I have a feeling that I might get even more upset with this one because it's just ridiculous. And maybe it'll help me keep my mouth shut because I kept my mouth shut yesterday. And so maybe it'll be like a good way to filter myself. The live reaction. Okay. My chat, it keeps repeat. I know. I apologize, everybody. YouTube is bugging the hell out. So is StreamYard. I don't know what's going on with it. The least aggravating? Katie. Appreciate you guys hanging out. All right, let me go to... It is... Let me see. So I'll put the link in chat if you want to save it to your playlist. It's at the 6 hour and 10-minute mark of the video. And I'll go ahead and share that with you, and then we'll get going here. 6 hour and 10 minutes. All right, so here it is. Oh, Dolphin, you're up there with me. Isn't that crazy?
For what?
for when we did the live. That must have been when No Chains had a phone call or something. It's just, isn't that funny? It's you and me
Yeah.
tonight, and it's you and me when we did the live. That's
Oh,
cool.
from
That's cool. I like
yesterday?
that.
Yeah. Yeah, we
Yeah,
both got mad.
yeah. Sorry,
It
all
was a long day
these
though, but
yeah, these last few days have blended in together for me. So, all right, here we go. Have that take place.
Mm,
Uh,
they're saying
so
it's
just
on.
all right. Do me a favor, Dolphin. If you do want me to pause it, just type in private chat. Just say yo, okay? Because I
Okay.
and I'm not
I'm
gonna
actually
say
getting
nothing
ready to get up
either.
to get
Okay.
water, so
Okay. I'm gonna hang out with you guys in chat, okay? And this won't be talking live. If it is me talking live, you won't hear any music going on in the background, and I'll put up like a coffee thing or something, okay? But this is the live reaction. That's gonna be a highlight tomorrow from me and Dolphin with chat included yesterday. Here we go.
help him drive back for Christmas break or whatever. I was like, they don't seem to have a whole bunch of money. So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I think that
Why is it not showing it?
the what's her name, Ann
Oh,
Taylor,
okay.
has probably told the family, look, there are major problems with the DNA.
Oh,
There
come
are
on,
major
StreamYard.
problems with, I guess, the autopsies. And there are problems, with the grand jury selection. God, what else is on this list? I
And No Chains, thank you for all your and everybody. Thank you for your hard work, mods. Thank you for being amazing. It's again, I'm gonna say one thing that everybody says about the Evil CJ channel is they mention the community in the chat before they even mention anything about me, and to me that says something because whenever they mention other channels, they always mention the content creator, and when they mention this channel, they mention the community in the chat, and so for real, uh, one up to all the Modi mods out there. I appreciate you so much. And when it comes to being a Modi mod, I'm gonna, I've been talking about the t-shirt business that I'm gonna be doing for the 15 and the 12. I'm gonna be making special t-shirts for the Modi mods, and all the Modi mods will get a free t-shirt, whether they're a current or become one. You all will have your own Evil CJ Modi mod t-shirt when I get that t-shirt thing coming up. That it's still in the future, probably about a month and a half from now. But trust me, you guys are going to be getting your own t-shirt, so that'll be coming up too.
just copied and pasted them so quickly I didn't even look. But there are all these different problems, and I'm thinking that she is feeling really confident that she's going to get this dismissed. Oh yeah, they
Mm-hmm.
do have a motion to dismiss, right? Because they're challenging the
Mm-hmm.
whole grand jury
Yep.
indictment too.
Grand jury. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So
Yep.
I think
Yep.
she got,
Yes, they are.
yeah, pretty confident and said, yeah, come on out. You can
Oh
probably take
yeah.
him home
And I think
after today or
I think
whatever.
she's known this shit from the very get-go too.
Mm-hmm.
From the
Mm-hmm.
very get-go. She was like, yeah, because when you're dealing with somebody that deals with technicalities like she does, obviously,
Mm-hmm.
because we looked into her the first when she freaking when BK was arrested, because we covered it live. When BK was arrested, and then all of a sudden, after the press conference was done, and that
Mm-hmm.
cleaning crew or whatever was there was Bolton, it's like,
Mm-hmm.
whoa. And then all of a sudden, she's got herself with 3 other people walking around in the parking lot, looking around and stuff. I'm like, dude, he ain't even in Idaho paperwork yet.
Mm-hmm.
So then we started looking her up, and I'm like, oh shit, it's about technicality. They better be on their fucking shit.
Right,
And
because
you guys
they
see
said
this
right off the bat
unfold.
that she has gotten somebody off for death
Yeah.
penalty case
Right.
before.
Now
So,
they got convicted. They got
mm-hmm.
convicted. But the fact that, and this is why everybody, well, they got convicted again. Well, you got to understand this. The fact that she was able to even have that take place.
They're saying
Was
it's on
All right, here we go.
Oh, I just turned my phone off. Let me
Gives
see.
you a look inside of that courthouse in Latah County, Idaho, where Brian Kohlberger is present and hearing a motions hearing on key issues in this case. Let's get you into that courtroom where we are hearing from both sides.
All right, I got to get my coffee ready.
Oh, this is him today?
Yep, this is today. This is today.
He looks relaxed.
Let's see, I got to get my coffee cup ready. All right, coffee cup is ready.
All right. Thanks very much. Good to see you.
Yeah, he looks really relaxed.
Let's get on the record, please. That's our technology. Sports. No. It's happening. There we go. Technology information.
I'll only be, and here's going to be my pause screen when I'm pausing. I want to say thank you to LA for the $4.99 super sticker or chat. I don't see a chat with it, but thank you. I appreciate you. And if you're a member, definitely go check out the Sigma Chi Part 2 that we had earlier this evening. LA hopped on at the end of the show the last half hour. Was a great phone call. Thank you so much for hopping up and your comfort. And thank you for being a positive, peaceful, and progressive member of the show since you came in here. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Be blocking BK when they Zoom. Otherwise, I'm going to be playing it like normal.
And discovery. We also have a motion to reconsider the order staying fine for speedy trial. There's also in opposing that, a second motion to stay proceedings regarding alleged irregularities of the grand jury. And from the state, we also have a motion to compel notice of defense of alibi and a motion for scheduling order. So that's what we're going to hear today.
Thank you, Devil Doll.
We're probably going to use most of the morning with the motion for protective order and third motion to compel. We expect some testimony from Mr. Koberger's team, and that's where we're going to start. So anything preliminary, Mr. Thompson? No, Your Honor. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Taylor? Nothing preliminary, Your Honor. Okay, so we'll do that, and then we'll move to argument from both sides. I thought about who should go first in terms of the argument. Mr. Thompson, go ahead. No, that's good. Yeah, I mean, who would first make the argument on the protection order? Would you prefer to do that after you hear the argument from the defense? It may make more sense, Judge, to do that. I think the record would be better for Your Honor. Okay, that's why I suggested that. Thank you. All right, so we'll hear the testimony, then argument from Mr. Koberger's team, and then to the state. Your Honor, just for the record, Mr. Nye, Ms. Beatty are the ones handling this particular motion. Ms. Beatty has the witnesses, the proposed witnesses, Mr. Koberger and Mr. Nye, of course, briefed the matter and will be prepared for the argument. Okay, excellent. Thank you. All right, call your first witness.
Your Honor, along those lines, I should inform the court that I'll be handling all of the witnesses that we call today. Ms. Nassau will be presenting our argument for our motion and probably the rebuttal to the protective order is classified today as well.
Okay, you all may need to remind me as we go along here.
Sounds very nice.
Okay, Ms. Beatty.
For the housekeeping matter, I have some objection, but I'd like to put on the record.
Okay.
With regard to these witnesses. With regard to Ms. Barlow and Mr. Mercer, the state made its concerns on these two witnesses clear in its reply brief filed on July 14th. But the state believes that calling two attorneys to testify about legal conclusions during a discovery dispute is simply not proper. Both Mr. Mercer and Ms. Barlow consulted defense attorneys on discovery issues, and calling them to testify about legal conclusions in a discovery dispute is tantamount to the state calling prosecutors to staff witnesses to testify about training that they've done in a specialized particular area. That's a path I don't think we want to go down. And Ms. Taylor is an attorney practicing in Idaho who's well regarded and is seen as one of the preeminent defense attorneys in the state. There's nothing that these witnesses tell the court that Ms. Taylor can't simply consult with them about and then argue to the court. So our position is that these witnesses' testimony is duplicative of whatever Ms. Taylor can argue, and it does not fall within the scope of 702. With regard to Gabriella Vargas, the state is objecting to her testimony as well, Your Honor. We received her declaration just yesterday. There was no CV attached. Ms. Vargas is being submitted to this court as an
Yes, Bonnie. It's a members only, and I know you're a member. It is a members only, and it will always be up for members only. So yes, for sure. Part two is still up. It was the last half hour or so of Sigma Chi part two from earlier today. Definitely go check out the phone call. Very interesting. And what's up? Did you want me to pause it, Dolphin?
Oh, no. I'm good.
No, no, no. Okay.
Mm-mm.
All right. I just wanted to throw that up there. Well, yes, the members only, it's still up there. It will always be for you guys. Thank you so much for being a member. I appreciate you guys.
expert witness, and the state has no way of vetting for expertise without a CV. There is no way for us to verify anything in her affidavit. It puts the state in essentially an ambush position where we're being presented with this witness with no way to verify her qualifications. We would ask that this witness be included from testifying today as well. And then finally, the state would just make a blanket motion and remedy that the witness is not be allowed to testify about legal decisions or legal arguments. Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the first two witnesses that the state objects to, Jacob Barlow and Steve Mercer.
And I apologize, everybody. I'm still having to when I have to focus on, because even I missed some of it. I noticed already there was some parts that I missed that I didn't miss here, and so I apologize. When I have to do that, I have to take my chat feed away because I'm only on one screen. So when I do that, I have to actually switch to what we're watching, and so I don't get to see chat. So I apologize about that. Discord is Evil CJ 2540. Number 2540 Evil CJ. It's all one word. EVILLECJ. And here's all the links. Give me 1 second. There's all the ways that you can contact me. I apologize for missing that in chat. And thank you everybody for hanging out. I appreciate it. We got just a short. We're going to be going into the witness's testimony another night, and that will be included with some other DNA stuff and videos and explanations on things to be included with that episode.
Are two people who have been known to the state for quite some time. What they say to you in court now is their objection was made known on July 14th in their reply to in support of their protective order after we get a response to their motion for protective order and an objection to it. That it's not an objection.
It's not necessarily. I appreciate the thought. It's not necessarily a monitor. It's just the fact that I'm just running this stuff off a laptop, and whenever I do hook up an additional monitor, um, it just totally bugs down the computer. I think it's like a processing thing, maybe, or something. From what I understand, most content creators use desktops. I didn't realize that, or use more than one screen. I didn't realize that either. Here, I've been doing this shit the whole time with one and a laptop. But you know, hey, I I know what I have, so it's all good. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for your support. I really appreciate it.
They spent a lot of pages telling the court why the court should not take any attention to the declarations that were attached to our third motion to tell. So that's not an objection to them testifying at all. These witnesses have been made known for a long time. They were certainly known last week when we had a planning session and we talked about the number of witnesses that were going to testify. No objection was stated at that time either. Waiting until today, when those witnesses have both traveled and been here and been prepared to testify, that's an English, Your Honor. They're here, they're prepared. Their testimonies are relevant to the issues that the court has to decide. They're going to talk to the court about two different things as it relates to our discovery rule and the information that Mr. Koberger is seeking so that we can do our job. Your Honor, you're going to hear from a witness, Leah Larkin, Dr. Leah Larkin, as well, and she's going to talk about the process of genetic genealogy. Both Ms. Barlow and Mr. Mercer are attorneys. Both are well-versed in criminal defense. Both are well-versed in DNA and genetic genealogy. The state's position has been that this is not discoverable because we're not going to present it at trial. That's not the end of the story. That's not the discovery rule. And those are the things that Vicka Barlow and Steve Mercer will talk about. Vicka Barlow has a lot of training in DNA. She does a lot of teaching on DNA as well. It's not a simple little process, and they'll describe what kinds of materials we should have in discovery. Mr. Mercer will talk about what we will do with those kinds of materials and why they're necessary to Mr. Koberger's presentation, the preparation of his case. They'll talk about our constitutional duties to Mr. Koberger. Those are not conclusions. Those are things that have to do with this material, these things that we are seeking the court to order the state to hand over to us, and why they're necessary to the preparation of the case. So for those two witnesses, I
Right?
can make the argument, but I don't have the expertise in the DNA. Genealogy that the court needs to hear to understand that they fall squarely within our discovery rule. Your Honor, I'll speak about Gabriella Vargas now. Her declaration was disclosed yesterday. Much of that declaration has CD-related items.
And I'm just letting you guys know the times that I do put up the coffee cup where it is at this angle is just because BK is turning his face and you can see. I don't want people to analyze his jaw and his eyes and things like that. So that's why you'll see the coffee cup pop on sometimes with this angle and sometimes not. When he's facing forward, I'm not going to have the coffee cup up. I just don't want anybody to analyze shit when he's like looking towards the camera. That's all.
And then it talks about her background for training, right in the body of that declaration. That declaration is not as soon as we would have wanted that. Gabriella Vargas met with me a few weeks ago, and for personal reasons that I'm not going to put on the record, she was unable to complete that until a later period of time. So that one is, like, I know that one came in yesterday. She's here, she's prepared to be cross-examined by the state, and certainly there are many other remedies besides just excluding her. The court could allow us to present her testimony, and the state doesn't feel that they've had opportunity to cross-examine her or present a witness in response to her. The court could leave this open and take that up. The court could even order Ms. Vargas to appear by Zoom for further cross-examination. But we should at least let her testimony come out here in court today. She's here.
And right there is when StreamYard booted me yesterday. Yeah, that's when it happened. That was funny because everybody was like, oh my gosh, did he get shut down? Did he get shut down? It's like, no. It's like, no, StreamYard just booted me. That's when StreamYard booted me. So I think I'll be hopping back in here in a second. And thank you, everybody, for hanging out during the episode, whether it's live or on replay. Thank you, Dolphin, for being up here. Thank you, No Chains, for hopping up earlier. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out in chat.
Oh, wait. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
still?
we can now. Yeah, this is when I got
Okay. He
booted.
said 1 sec.
Yeah, this is when I got booted. Oh, here we go. Sorry about that. StreamYard was bugging and it actually booted me. So give me 1 second. I'm gonna
Oh,
bring
okay.
that.
It was just you.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
it was just StreamYard. I apologize. Give me 1 second. All right, here we go. Back to the scheduled program. I'm going to go back just like a minute or two because I'm sure it was getting buggy before that. It just happened when I had to boot somebody out of here and then StreamYard kind of bugged out. So sorry about that. But I wanted to make sure I got that carbon dioxide the fuck out of here. So give me 1 second. All right, here we go. Sorry about that, everybody.
To go, and for personal reasons that I'm not going to put on the record, she was unable to complete that until a later period of time. So that one is, like, I know that one came in yesterday. She's here, she's prepared to be cross-examined by the state, and certainly there are many other remedies besides just excluding her. The court could allow us to present her testimony, and the state doesn't feel that they've had opportunity to cross-examine her or present a witness in response to her. The court could leave this open and take that up. The court could even order Ms. Vargas to appear by Zoom for further cross-examination. But we should at least let her testimony come out here in court today. She's here.
Your Honor, I think Ms. Taylor has just conceded that these attorney witnesses are going to be testifying about the scope of discovery rules. I don't think that that's appropriate. I think that Ms. Taylor can make those arguments to the court that having found witnesses interpret the law is not appropriate in the discovery dispute. As to Ms. Vargas, our understanding was that there were 3 witnesses testifying today, and that was our understanding up until yesterday when we got into town. So we would ask that Ms. Vargas be excluded. And I would note that we made our objections to these witnesses clear when we asked the court to disregard the contents of their declarations in Mr. Knights' reply brief. Certainly, we're going to put that same objection on the record. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Well, a couple of things. I'm concerned about these opinions about sort of constitutional law or the procedures of discovery. I think that's fully capable for all of the counsel here, and me. Those are going to be my decisions. However, in reading through, and I have read through all of the declarations, pointing on specifically genetic genealogy and their experience with that within the law, I think does have some relevance, potentially. And I think that it would go to the weight of the consideration. The other thing that I am concerned about is this is a death penalty case. And if I deny particular presentations that one or the other side believe have.
We've hit the top of the hour, so we do have to squeeze in a break, but you won't miss a moment of the Koberger hearing there in Latah County, Idaho. Don't.
All right, now I'm going to skip ahead since we are like 4 minutes behind now. I am going to skip ahead. Give me 1 second here. Okay, it should be popping up here. We are still in a minute delay. I want to make sure I maintain a minute delay just to respect Court TV. So I don't want to be live like they are, just a heads up for everybody.
That also helps cut down their commercials too.
Well, that, and, you know, I don't want to, you know, they are the ones that are providing this, and I totally want to respect them too. So,
Oh, yeah.
whether I agree with what they're doing and I have to use my coffee cup, it is what it is. I can't believe that they're, I don't know, at least they're not zooming in.
Following several big stories for you, including Brian
Oh, I like
Koberger
her.
in court. Accept several motions in the case against the man accused
Thank you,
of
everybody.
murdering 4 Idaho college students. Plus, the nationwide hunt to find this murder suspect before he strikes again. How a DNA match in another state is tied to the violent killing of a mom on a hiking trail. And
it's different to screw up. It's not the first one that they've had dealing with my case and other cases. It's just like due to negligence on their part.
Wow, they're talking about the description of his frickin' smile.
defense 4 by the state.
Wow.
On the defense side, first, a
Sorry, I
request
had to mute
compel
that,
the state
everybody.
to disclose DNA profiles. The defense will also try to halt
This
court
is
proceedings
crazy. I
over
got to do this
potential
shit for them.
procedural issues with the grand jury. Now, on the other side, for the state, the prosecutors will fight to protect information involved in the genetic genealogy investigation. They also have a motion to reconsider the order staying time for speedy trial. And they plan to take up a motion over the defense's alibi claim. That alibi? That Koberger was out for a drive alone on the night of the murders. The question will be,
I love you
is
guys
that
too.
really an
Thank you.
alibi? It's important to
I
note,
appreciate you
your
guys
viewing,
so
the
much.
judge is not allowing a live stream of the hearing, but Court TV did just receive the first part of the hearing, and now we will be playing you the hearing in its entirety. As we get it in, we're going to bring it to you. Of course, now we'll pick it up right where we left off.
All right.
On the case, it's probably more wise for me to allow it, even if it might be on the edge, than not allowing that method. It's especially important in a case like this to have a method for appeal. So I'm not saying one way or the other how this might fall, but I think it's important to preserve the record. Now, however, I don't want to get into arguments about the law or what that exactly means. I think I have a pretty good understanding of what the issues are about the genetic genealogy issues and why the state wants to get more information about that. I also understand why the state believes that it has nothing to do with the case. And that's what I'm going to hear from today. And I think it's important to have both sides weighing on this. Now, with regard to Ms. Vargas, she is here. I don't know where she came from, how far away. I'm inclined to just allow the state to come back and address that. Also, file a brief objection.
Yeah, the court TV lady that was introducing us back to the trial or the court hearing was talking about, yeah, in our court TV reporters were mentioning to me that when he walked in, da 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 da, and it's like, wow, people. That's why I muted the stream. Period. You didn't hear nothing for a second. It was because of that crap. It's sad. I gotta like clean up after they're fucking shitting all over the floor. They're supposed to be potty trained already, you know?
Now, if you get too far into this is what the law requires, maybe. Okay. Thank you. So call your first witness.
Your Honor, I made one point of clarification. It occurred to me while listening to the court talking about genetic genealogy and really that being a focus. There are a couple of other areas contained in the motion to compel that have to do with the other DNA that the state doesn't have complete discovery to us that are included in that third motion to compel that are up for today. But they focus is then the genetic.
Well, my understanding was that the state did provide all the information about the laboratory, let's say the laboratory DNA that was, that analysis was not related to the genealogy DNA. Am I mistaken about that? What are you saying that it didn't provide?
Your Honor, in our third motion to compel, we had a section called standard lab discovery, and that has two DNA profiles down at the scene. They have provided full discovery for the sheet, the DNA found on the night sheet, but not the other 3 unidentified male DNA samples, 2 from within the house, 1 from outside.
All right. So if I'm understanding your question or your assertion that we're talking about 3 potential analysis of DNA that was not provided to you, but that has no connection to Mr. Kobe.
Correct.
Okay, any response?
Thank you, Baby Boop, for the $10 super chat. And thank you for being a part of the community.
Oh my
guys.
God!
I appreciate you guys.
To the extent that they don't have them, they weren't done. We can't do something that doesn't exist. We provide everything. There's one outstanding lab report that relates to the forensic examination by the lab personnel of the crime scene itself. We received a dead. Only outstanding lab report. Everything else along all the notes is what there is and provided to the defense. They're hoping that there's something else there. It's not there.
Taylor?
Well, Your Honor, it's part of our third motion to compel. It's still something that we don't have. We also don't have the unexpected corrective actions, unexpected results from the Iowa State Police Forensics Lab for the 6 months before and the 6 months after November 13th, 2022. We did get some, but it's a narrow scope, and we asked for the full year, 6 months before and 6 months after. That's also in our motion.
I understand your responsibilities to turn over every rock. But you can't get things that don't exist as well. So, I mean, there has to be some level of trust in discovery. You're all sworn attorneys. And so Mr. Thompson is saying that there's one more lab report that.
All right, I'm just gonna pause it real quick because I feel like I need to mention something. Um, and this isn't the stream. This is me talking. I love the content creator that was blasted all over my chat 50 times tonight, and they know that I love them. But when somebody keeps acknowledging your blasting of other people continuously in the chat of my show, when I've even acknowledged your comments a few times about one specific video you keep mentioning over and over and over, I'm sorry. You're rowing a boat in a different direction. Goodbye. I just wanted to say that real quick. If anybody noticed anything in chat, I'm handling the situation.
Is coming your way today, I heard you say.
Maybe not today. We are waiting to receive it so that we can process it for discovery. It's supposed to be in any time.
Okay, I misunderstood that. So it's coming soon. It has to come soon because we're 6 weeks away from the trial. So
This is ridiculous.
it could be very rushed about a lot of things. But
Oh, very.
So what about the other claim, Mr. Thompson? Do you want to address that? The other mistakes?
Corrective action log, unexpected result log. We have that in part, but not completely.
I don't know what exists that we haven't received. We provided all the requests to lab. And but I'm kind of sitting here saying, Judge was giving me everything we know to exist.
Well, that would be wise to check. We don't want this to come back on the eve of trial.
Yes, sir.
Or, 4 years from now at an appeal.
Yes, sir.
This is
So
ridiculous.
make sure that we have combed through all the information that has any bearing or
I'm about to go the fuck off.
on this case.
Me too. That's why I have myself muted.
I'm about to go the fuck off.
Making a note right now. We'll send the inquiry out later today.
What? How many times does a judge have to say get it together
All emails, text messages,
and turn it over?
messages or other messages. Some have been provided, but we don't have assurance that that's all. And so for the same reason, we want to make sure that we have the complete file.
Okay, Mr. Thompson.
We had told them.
Let's bring in our guest, Marie Pereira, defense attorney out of New York.
How about you don't, and let's continue to hear the bullshit that's coming out of their fucking mouth.
The judge,
I'm
every
sorry.
hearing, he's told them, turn it over, give it to them, turn it over. Like, how many times?
Oh, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
That's exactly the behavior that's going to get their whole case thrown out.
These poor kids is damn right. These poor fucking kids. This is the fucking effort you give those victims, this investigation. This is the fucking effort you give these victims.
Mm-hmm. It is
They're lucky
disgusting.
I'm on YouTube, because if this was fucking without me being on a fucking microphone, I'd be, oh my gosh, I'd be, you gotta be fucking kidding me. This is your effort. This is what you spent a freaking year doing. This is what you spent a year doing. And you got these kids back in freaking school. You got this fucking community coming up on an anniversary. And my gosh, I swear, if something fucking happens again, everybody should be losing their fucking jobs. Everybody. Clean fucking house. I almost want to say clean fucking house right now.
Yeah, if I were the judge, I would have lost my patience a long time ago.
Can you imagine what the family is fucking sitting through right now
I
listening to
wonder,
this
can he
shit?
sanction the attorneys and say, look, I told you to have this, to them by such and such a date. We're back in court again, and you're saying the same thing. If you don't have it by this date, sanctions. I'll hold you in contempt of court because they're disrespecting the court. He has told them to give it to the other side, and they haven't done it.
I'm trying to keep my composure.
Ah, that's why I'm sipping some scotch, y'all.
I'm really trying
Oh,
to keep
Bonnie
my
says they
composure.
can. They need to go ahead and do it then. I mean,
I can't
because this is
imagine the fucking
serious.
families. I can't imagine the families what they're for. These are the people that are supposed to be standing up for their loved ones where this horrific crime took place. These are the individuals that are supposed to be standing up for them.
I mean, this is like coming to class without your homework and you knew it was due, the next day. And you're
And then
like,
you're
oh,
trying to
I'm
tell the
sorry.
teacher, trying to tell your
Yeah,
teacher the fucking dog ate your homework and shit.
yeah. And then they're like, okay, we'll have it tomorrow. And then tomorrow you have another flimsy excuse. This
Dude,
is
this is ridiculous.
ridiculous.
It is. It is. It is.
Joining us, Maria. Always love having you on. And this to me is real baseball. And what I mean.
Yeah, and the
Hold on.
woman on the left here, she's a judge. The blonde, she's a
Yeah.
former judge, so I'm sure she's getting ready to have at it.
The DA
Okay. Oh,
used information to.
hold on. Oh, it muted it
This
instead.
is allowed
Shit.
that information.
I don't like
Especially
him
like
doing
the
that.
judge
I
says,
don't
this
like
is
him
a death
doing that.
penalty case where
Gosh.
4 lives
Respect
were
the
lost.
freaking judge,
Why
court
play
TV.
around with just that spirit of litigation
They're
and
pissing
not
me
be
off
above
too.
discovery where you used it and they want to be able to have access to what you use to get to your point of proving what you're trying to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. I think that the
Jeez, I can't imagine.
DA needs to stop with the argument.
Tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court.
Steve G, please. I don't want to disrespect you by trying to interrupt your life and anything that you got going, because the last thing you need is another fucking message, because I'm sure you get a shit ton. If there's anybody that's in contact, or if there's, dude, if you want to reach out to me, and you want, look, let's talk. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I ain't gonna ask you nothing that's gonna, put you in trouble or nothing. But damn, dude, I'm just gonna ask you some shit as a parent, yo. That's it.
TV.
These are the cases. He's already prepared. You can tell from what he said a long time ago. They're already prepared to go after this civilly. You know what I mean?
They shouldn't have to.
They shouldn't have to, but don't you remember, like a long time ago, they made sure that they still had those rights.
Gosh, this is crazy.
Because he must have realized how messy law enforcement has been and everything with this whole thing. And they're not being above board about things.
I just.
This is crazy.
It's disturbing. It's disturbing as fuck. Like
Yep.
I was shaking. Like, that's how upset I was, like, listening to this shit, especially when Mr. Thompson wants to keep standing up. Dude, why are you fucking sitting back there if you're gonna keep standing up? Why don't you just get the
Because he's
fuck up
about
and
ready to retire.
I mean, gosh.
He's out after this. He doesn't really care.
Then sit, and then you.
Yeah, and Bonnie, I was talking about the same thing earlier. In the O.J. Simpson case, the families had to go after him civilly, you know?
This is not. No, this is 2000 fucking 23, man.
No, he doesn't care. And who was it? Lanier? Lanier did the one press conference and then he retired or whatever. He doesn't
Right.
care. Fry is shady. Some of the other police officers are shady. There's all kinds of other stuff going on behind the scenes.
This
I'm
is
telling
horrible.
you, they're gonna mess this up, and this is just gonna be, permanently open for investigation, but not being investigated, just like Kylie Rodney.
And with that in mind, you know, because I've always said there's even things that point to his guilt. And if this person had something to do with this damn crime, BK, and this dude gets off because of some shit like this, it's already hard enough that the victims are being treated this way with the bullshit effort. Instead of giving 150, which they should, they're giving 50,
Mhm.
you know?
Shoot, 50 is being generous. I mean, let's be real.
And that's what you're giving the victims, the family, the community, the everybody that deals with the justice system. This is everybody. This is you and me.
Y'all, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to breathe right now.
And you can arrest somebody, you can apprehend somebody the way that you apprehended them. You off of this?
Yeah. I mean, even if it wasn't him, they are not going to put any energy into finding out who it was. Because I didn't put any energy into this. Losing notes and losing autopsy reports. And like you said, police officers being in an autopsy and, turning off body cams and, not logging reports, police reports for different things. And just it's like, it's full of
You-
questionable actions.
It's more salt in the fucking wound. That's what they're doing. It's all of this throwing salt on your damn wound and just digging in until they're getting caught. Oh, sorry. What the hell, man? And these families, dude, seriously, I know I'm fucking nobody, but dude, if anybody or if they're watching, please, I would love to have a conversation just from a dad to a dad. You know what I mean? When it comes to this shit, we don't even have to talk about. I'm not asking about details. I'm not asking, about facts of the case and shit like that. I'm not gonna ask. I'm gonna just from a dad to a dad. Like, how do you fucking feel?
I mean, he's upset. The man is just
I
livid.
know, but damn, that.
Oh, is she
How do you
coming back?
talk to
Oh,
somebody?
okay.
How do you talk to somebody? Like I don't know. It's just here we go. Let's see. There
Yep,
should be.
Lulu, sloppy. Yep, lazy.
This is.
Exactly.
Is set to begin on October 2nd in the murders of
Yeah,
four
we'll see.
University of Idaho college students. They were found stabbed to death in a home near campus in November of last year. First witness on the stand, Stephen Mercer, an attorney with a specialty in DNA. Let's go back in.
We've asked the lab provided to us, we sent to them. At this point, all I'm hearing is speculation as they think maybe or they wish something else was there.
Okay, I gotta fucking pause this again.
I
They're
hear
reading
you.
from the same script, aren't they?
Hmm.
Again, Judge, this is speculation. You know what? There's gonna be a speculation part two because I made a highlight a fucking long time ago about prosecution saying Ann Taylor speaking pure speculation. Oh yeah, there's gonna be a part two coming up, motherfucker. What the hell?
into that motions hearing for quadruple murder
Part
suspect
due.
Brian Koberger. As of now, his trial is set to begin on October 2nd in the murders of 4 University of Idaho college students. They were found stabbed to death in a home near campus in November of last year. First witness on the stand, Stephen Mercer, an attorney with a specialty in DNA. Let's go back in.
We've asked the lab provided it to us, we sent it to them. At this point, all I'm hearing is speculations. They think maybe or they wish something else was there. But as far as we know, it doesn't exist. I don't know what else we can say. You can't respond to something that isn't real. Sorry, Judge.
I mean, we're just sorting it out.
Yes, sir.
Making sure that everything that there is shared. Except for the ones that you don't want to.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
And that's one of the reasons we're here.
We'll make an additional inquiry to the lab to see if there's anything else in the form of emails that they haven't already provided to us.
I would
They
add,
should have done
I
that
mean,
a long time
there
ago.
are times, okay, in the world of the law, that sometimes people forget to do things, or sometimes things fall through the cracks, and so it's always healthy to make sure that it is done.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
You're already called Steve Mercer.
Okay. Are your just one moment. Are your experts in the courtroom right now?
Yeah.
Do they need to be in the courtroom?
Your Honor, asked that they be allowed to remain in the courtroom, seated where they are, so they're just kind of alone.
Right. Any objection to that? I don't know who would like to hear.
Sure, we have that.
I'm going to excuse.
I just got to pause this real quick. They're using this case for fucking training?
Wait, what?
He's okay. Look at this.
Are you talking about his second chair?
I'm talking about Bill Thompson. To me, it looks like he's fucking training the people that are replacing his ass, and this is the case that you're fucking using?
Told you he was on his way out. And he's got the baby lawyer over there on the left, the blonde with her hair up.
Yeah, I didn't see her last time.
No,
And
it
I
was
didn't
the
see
other
him
chick
last
that
time.
looked really young the
Yeah,
last
brown-haired chick,
time. With her
and
hair
then
down.
Thompson
Yeah.
sat on the left. Yeah. Now these two people, I've never seen him, and yeah, I know he's about to retire. You're telling me this is the only fucking case that you're gonna use? Are you? No, I'm just assuming, and everybody can be an ass when you assume. I understand that, and I could definitely be an ass. I'm not perfect and I have flaws, but I'm just looking at it, and to me, it's looking like a fucking training exercise. Are you fucking serious? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Exclude your witnesses, so they're not hearing what the other witnesses are testifying by, and that'll be, I think, a cleaner, more accurate response. So then I don't want to have them reacting to the other testimony, we'll hear each testimony, each witness's testimony be independent. And so, if you please have your other experts excluded from the court.
Where would the court like them to go? This is a media intensive environment, and I don't want them to be bothered by media walking.
The law library.
Yes.
Sure. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Mercer. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Okay, Ms. Mercer, hang on. Please raise your right hand. Hey, yeah.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mercer. Go ahead. It's one over there. Let's take care of that. And once you're seated, local.
And right now, I'm just going to kind of skip ahead to parts where we were discussing when there was commercials going on, because it does include what the hell we just watched uh, with the whole court hearing, even though there's witnesses' testimony going on.
Bar associations in Maryland, as well as the State Bar Association.
You mentioned forensic genetic genealogy. You are here on Brian Colbert. How did you become involved in this?
Yeah, so the question was, what would a reasonable defense attorney do when confronted with DNA evidence that needs to be litigated? What are the minimum practice standards? So I'm not here to.
Right. This is all about DNA evidence and what the defense needs to do with that evidence. And remember, this is something we're going to hear testimony come up about, the importance of all of this, given this is a capital case. They're seeking the death penalty. Stay tuned. We'll get you back into this witness's testimony.
A man married 6 times. 4 of his wives died.
All right, I'm just going to let it play. We're only not even a minute on delay, so I'm just going to let it sit here and play in the background. In the meantime, I'm going to commentate for a minute. I know what the hell I'll try and end tonight's show with a little bit of games, okay? But tonight's show, because I'm only going to be making this 7 to 8 hour show, and we just hit the 7 hour mark. I'm still coming back tonight. I'm gonna promise that we're gonna try and end the show with some games. Remind me, please. I'm gonna be focused on this shit. Tonight's show, we're gonna be going through the previous hearing. We're gonna be going through this hearing because I think both of them are gonna say a lot of shit. And I'd like to go into the background. Let's do some research on Stephen Mercer, and let's like Dolphin No Chains. Let's check credentials, and that's what we're going to be going into tonight. Prior hearing, this hearing, and Stephen Mercer credentials. Okay, so if you guys are available tonight, I'd love to have you back.
I'm
and
on
I'm going to
this all
shoot.
night.
Yeah, I'm gonna make the live for I'm gonna make it for 6:30 Central, 7:30 Eastern. Okay, and if we go late night, it is what it is. I'll do another freaking 6-7 hours. I don't care. This shit's ridiculous, and and we need to go through this all. Or I do anyway. And if you guys want to be around, I totally appreciate it. And thank you all for hanging out with me today as we're kind of brainstorming and going through all this stuff. I definitely appreciate your company, and it definitely makes me know that if I do and when I do, I'm able to do this Monday through Friday daytime stuff, that I know that you guys will be there. So I appreciate that so much. It means a lot to me. And
Oh,
thank you,
yeah,
Dolphin.
absolutely. No problem. You're welcome.
No Chains, everybody. Really, I appreciate you guys. There's a lot of people out there at the same time, and you guys are hanging with me, and that means a lot to me. So I appreciate it. Yeah, we're going to be doing a members only tomorrow night too. I still need to put out a community post. Sigma Chi episode part 2,
Oh, I
or
can't wait for that.
or Jeffrey Epstein. So I'm going to let you guys decide. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate that, bro.
Techniques that can evaluate if it is a whole genomic profile. You would look to a scientist who then would be evaluate the reliability of the SDR profile, the potential for any mixture, the potential for any artifacts in the SDR profile. Or if it's an SMP profile which doesn't have the SDR locations in it, for an expert who understands that the neighboring regions around where the STR markers can be evaluated and assessed to provide information about what the STR markers indicate. Can I clarify something? Sure. So what you're saying is that you need to look at the qualified.
Right. Here's what I think the point of this is. The genealogy was used, we know, in order to investigate and point to the suspect of Brian Koberger. Now, this expert saying, listen, how that family tree was developed, how that genealogy was used is something that we have to really do a deep dive on in order to afford him a proper defense. What is going to happen next? We're going to hit the pause button. Michael Ayala is joining me for the rest of the Koberger motions hearing. Plus, we'll have insight from
This is fucking bombshell. And I'm not a minute behind, so I'm just gonna mute the audio. This is freaking bombshell. This is crazy. I don't know. I have closed captioning turned on. That's why I'm hoping when we go over it and analyze it tonight, when we get it on YouTube, because right now we're on Twitter's version. When we get it on YouTube, that's when I'm hoping that the closed captioning will show up a lot better. Oh man, this is crazy. And I really do think that we're going to go into this testimony first. Um, yeah, I think we really need to. Like I said, go ahead and send me info if you want. I may have duplicates. It doesn't matter. I may miss something. So if you have anything, please send it to me. I'll go ahead and throw the socials up there. More than welcome. Even if I have doubles, it's fine. All right, so we're just going to be on a commercial break here. And then once it comes back, I'll go ahead and switch the screen. And let me get back to chat. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah, we're at the 7-hour, 30-minute mark. We'll be going for 8 hours today. And because, if I'm putting in 8 hours at the real place, then if I'm not at the real place, then I need to be putting in 8 hours here. And I'll be doing more tonight. So, like I said, 150. So we will be back tonight. We're going to be analyzing this testimony. We're going to be going through the hearing before this one and this hearing as well in order. And if it's a late night, it's a late night. So it is what it is. And please remind me if you guys want to play games at the end of the show, please remind me because I probably will be so focused on all this other stuff. I will lose track. If you don't mind, please remind me if you do want to play some games, Deal or No Deal or something. And Sunday night, we'll be having our normal game show. Sunday morning, I'll be doing sports. Saturday night will be members only. And I might even do a live tomorrow morning for most of the day because I don't think tonight is going to be the end of the conversation or topic. I think it's going to be a topic for many days to come. Yeah, right. Where's the paperwork? You have we went through we went through the CC more. I wish I could remember what the video was. We went through like a few days ago or a week ago when it comes to the genetic genealogy and how they obtain it, how they, the process, the study, how they get to where they're going, because of all of the multiple things that take place. And then you have this testimony here. That's a show in itself right there. Seriously. Yes, it is. I don't know. I think it might be, Kelly. It might be. And honestly, I could literally go probably another 8, but I'm going to take a small nap. I'm going to eat some food. And then I'm going to do a couple things around the house, dishes, load of laundry. And then, I'll be right back. I'll probably just have a few minutes before the show. So if you guys have any links, please send them to me. I definitely appreciate it. So I'm looking for the prior hearing, this hearing on Court TV, if you're able to send them.
Arizona, former criminal defense attorney who represented Jodi Arias, Kirk Nurmi. Kirk, always great to have you on. Thank you for joining us. This is interesting to me because here's what's happening is the defense is saying he's an expert defense attorney, specialty in DNA. And Judge, we need you to hear his testimony and we want you to agree.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and mute it. I'll keep an eye on it in the background, and I'll bring it back up when they get back to the hearing. It sounds to me like this guy is, pretty much letting everybody know what CC Moore, that other video I was talking about. Hopefully, I have enough time to figure out what video that was, because I would like to get into that tonight while we get into this testimony stuff. Because I do want to get into this first, this part of the hearing. I really need to try and find that video. But I think the CC Moore, that video, and what this gentleman is saying, it's pretty much saying, to me, in my opinion, prosecution, why are you not handing this stuff over? Why is there no reports or anything written down? In order to acquire these profiles, the tests that you have to run, the amount of times that you have to run them, the things that you do when you're running these tests. You're putting patches in a tire that has holes in it, so you're patching it. You're patching frickin' tires to create the profile because you don't have the complete strand. You're manipulating. That's why it's a cold case lab. You have to manipulate the DNA in order to obtain the profile. You have to have a shit ton of work because you go off of the work to be able to determine the DNA profile. So, how do you not have the work?
Their tires are duct taped. Yeah. Oh, thank you. I needed
For
that
real, though.
laugh.
For real. Like, if the profile is a tire, a DNA profile is a tire, it's got holes all over it. That's why it's sent to a cold case lab. You have to put patches in it to be able to make it what the profile is supposed to be. This is how do they how do how do you this how do you even think that you can walk in that damn courtroom and expect anybody to fucking believe you? Other
Because
than,
that's what you're used to. You're used
I
to
don't
just,
know.
half-ass stuff or whatever. Nobody holding your feet to the fire. They've been getting away with a lot of stuff. This behavior right here is proof that they've been getting away with a lot of stuff. They can just fill out some paperwork, not fill out paperwork, sign something really quick, whatever, and they've just been, coasting, you know? They haven't had to really show up, you know?
Either that or there's a bigger investigation that's
Oh,
not
yeah.
allowing them to have all their information. That's the only
Oh.
thing I can fucking think of.
Mm.
That's it. It's either that or that. I don't know. I
What,
just
like you
can't
think the
see
FBI is holding back?
somebody. Might
Mhm.
be. I just I can't see how in 2023. I mean, even if right, even if that's the tactics that you use, the shady ass shit. There's a
Mhm.
whole bunch of it. I don't see. I don't know. I just
Yeah, see, Chelly has a
it
point. Yeah, this time the
something
whole
just don't
world
make
is
sense.
watching.
Yeah, something just don't make sense. I don't see how a prosecution can be this ill prepared and expect everybody to believe that the dog ate the homework. I don't I just how can you expect people to be this gullible this
Mhm.
day and age? I just don't understand it. That's why it doesn't make sense to me.
But you see that they're blaming it on LE.
Of
So
course.
LE does the investigation. Then they're supposed to turn
Yeah.
everything over to the prosecutors, right? So now prosecutors, they've been sitting in court saying, "Oh, well, we'll have to check. We'll have to get that from them or whatever." They should have already had all
Yeah.
of that, you
It's
know?
somebody else's fault. It's It's always somebody else's fault because you know what that does? That buys you more time, and
Mm-hmm.
you're just trying to buy more time until you get to the trial. You don't wanna have these
Mm-hmm.
fucking hearings if you're the prosecution. As far as you're concerned, you wanna have as much time as you can to piece whatever you want to piece together, and then you wanna have it, but unfortunately, the defense is like, "No, game fucking on, bro. Game fucking on." And now they're scattering. I don't know, something don't make s it I can't see how they can literally think that they would be on a national level. It's been at a national level since the crime first took place, and within a week, so many people were talking about this case, even on YouTube, right? So they knew it was a national
Mm-hmm.
thing right off the bat. That was a month and a half before the PCA was was used to arrest BK. Like, you already knew this was national. I don't understand. I don't see how a prosecution can then think that 8 months, 7 months down the road that people are gonna believe that BS. It's gotta be something else. It's something else. It can't just be the normal shady shit that always went down, because I think the normal shady shit that always went down isn't to the extreme that it is right now. I think the normal shady shit is going overtime with this case,
Oh
and
yeah.
I don't understand why.
They
Uh,
underestimated that people would still be as interested 9 months down the road as they were in the very beginning. I think they thought people would lose interest in it and, they could just kind of like slip things under the radar, you know?
well, typically when that happens, there's another crime that takes
Right.
place
Mhm.
close to that one to deflect the information, and
Mhm.
that's what I'm trying to go back into my head. What other crime was there that was, that would deflect attention, and I don't know of any other crime.
No, there hasn't been.
You
I
know what I
mean,
mean? And
why that's
so
exactly why we've been on this all
right,
this time, you
right.
know?
So,
Mhm.
yeah, something don't make sense, and it will. It will. We just have to keep digging.
Oh yeah, Brian, what Brian said about the FBI not wanting to mess up all their operators,
I wouldn't.
and whatnot. Yeah.
I wouldn't. Shit, the first press conference or the first statement from Fry in the fucking parking lot was saying the community was cool and that it was a unalive self-unalive situation. I'm sure when they requested the FBI's assistance, FBI walked in there and looked at the shit that they had and said, "Hell no, I ain't touching that shit." That's what I think took place. They're like, we could if I could sense a fucking disaster from the presser in the parking lot, I'm sure they could, you know?
Yeah.
I sensed it from the fucking first time I seen that shit. I was like, "What? Who unalive who su what?" Made no damn sense. And then when they shortly came out with the next press conference and said, "Oh, okay, well, we think it's this," and then they kinda backtracked, that's when I flipped the fuck out. I'm like, "You gotta be fucking kidding me. You're sitting there telling people to the community that they're fucking safe, and now you're coming out telling people that they need to be vigilant and they need to report tips and" what?
Oh, wow. Bonnie had something really interesting to say. Did you see what she was saying about San
No,
Quentin?
I'm sorry, I'm just waiting for this, thing to be coming back up. I'm watching
Is that
this.
the
What
first
did we see
comment? I
here?
was scrolling back up. Um, if you've
Sorry,
got
Bonnie.
timestamps on 4:15 Eastern is her first comment, I think.
4:15 Eastern. They are on break. Yeah. I mean, we can go to some of the commentary here. Uh, let me see. Let me skip ahead. Ooh, I do like her. I do wanna hold on 1 second. I do wanna go to
And
chain.
exactly what is entailed in the testing and what the defense is entitled to in order to represent their
I
client
like her
properly.
reporting.
That's right.
Or
That's exactly what we've been watching. And we know that this judge is not letting us live stream the hearing. So as we get portions of that hearing so that you can see it in its entirety, we are bringing it to you. So while we have an opportunity, we want to bring in live now Latah County Courthouse Court TV legal correspondent Shanley Painter outside of that courthouse. Shanley, rather, and
Heels
tell
on
us,
the
so,
ground.
I noticed the judge is asking questions. He's seemingly very engaged. I know your description earlier, the defendant had an awkward smile as he kind of walked into the courtroom. Tell us all of your impressions since you have been inside that courtroom with him.
Well, it's a pretty full house, Michael and Ashley, filled with media, some community members watching this hearing unfold. The parties, of course, and the family of Kaylee Gonsalves, who walked right past our live shot into the courthouse earlier today. Her mother, Kaylee's mother, telling me that they're optimistic about the day and the judge's decisions that we hope to hear later this afternoon. Inside the courtroom, like I said, a pretty packed house. It was essentially silent as we waited for everything to start, and we had all eyes on the door where the accused mass murderer would walk in. He comes in, as you probably can see on your screen, with a gray suit and a tie, and gives this sort of awkward
Okay, I'm gonna pause it right there. 'Cause they're gonna do this shit again to me, and I'm not about it. I'm onto your shit, Court TV. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna put that up real quick.
Okay.
I'm onto their shit now. Wait till tonight. I'll be really on it. Yeah. Yeah, she is adorable. Does great reporting too.
Yeah, she
Let me
does.
see. Let me see. I saw a comment here. Thought I seen something here. If it goes to and Fallon, this is why I got so upset at the beginning of the case, because when Birdie was offering people in the community to buy a warning device at a discounted price, I'm like, you gotta be freaking kidding me. This town only has 20 to 30,000 freaking residents, and that includes the students. And you're telling me you're gonna charge these people when Ellie's not allowing a profile to be put out, when they're not allowing the families to put up a reward when they were wanting to?
That's right. They never did release an FBI profile.
And Birdie couldn't break off 30,000 fucking warning devices when, you know what? They're stupid. Because if they would have broke off 30,000, which honestly, how much does it cost to make one? A couple bucks. So you're going to take a financial hit at first, but then everybody would have been talking about Birdie and how they donated all their freaking devices to the community and how Birdie was there to support the community, even though Ellie wasn't at the time. Can you imagine how much Birdie would have been? It's stupid to me. It's marketing 101 because hello, it's going to cost you, it's like a roof. It's going to cost you a decent amount up front, but in time, you're making the community feel safe. That should make you feel good, CEOs. And then at the same time, so you can enrich your pockets, because that's what it's about, the bottom dollar, you'll get your money back because everybody will go, oh, wow, I would rather get a Birdie device because they actually did something for a community that needed it instead of buying one that's, a couple dollars cheaper. It just didn't make any damn sense. But most importantly, it would have helped that community because they had to sit there and walk around and side eye every single frickin' person that lived in that community because nobody knew who the fuck it was. They didn't even have an idea. They didn't even have a vehicle. They had a stock photo. And the stock photo was a vehicle where how many fucking people were registered to have one in that area and the surrounding areas? Give me a fucking break. You expected these communities to sit there and be cool and comfortable, go to damn school, trying to do school, live your life, and then have to fucking worry about if you should go get a bottle of water or something because you're really thirsty, but you can't walk somewhere a block and a half away by yourself because you don't even know who the fuck to look out for. You can't get your baby diapers when you ran out on accident. There's nobody to help walk you safe or drive with you. Give me a break. The fact that they did this shit to the community and then this shit's happening with this fucking prosecution. I'm starting to think they just need to clean fucking house right now. This is so disrespectful to the victims, the family, and the community with the way that they're approaching this. It's so sad. I'm sorry for going on a little rant.
Smile as he looks up towards the gallery and down. It was a very weird moment, but it was noticed by everyone in the courtroom, especially the victim's family members. I noticed
Science behind DNA. That's right on the other side of this short break. Stay tuned.
Another short break.
That
Whoa.
captivated the world. Couldn't keep my life straight. That demand.
Another
Yeah, they do
another
quite a
short
bit.
break when we just had a short clip of the court there. That was cool. They took that long of a break to give us that little bit of a clip, but that's okay. I'm going to be here until the end, and I guess we'll be having more tests. I think tonight's I don't know. I guess I will be having an episode tomorrow morning because I feel like I need to do the testimonies tonight, and I feel like tomorrow I need to do the hearings. So I think they're going to be two separate shows now. I thought it was just going to be this gentleman's testimony, but if there's going to be more testimonies to go into, I think that's going to be. I don't know. What do you think? Do you think it'd be more beneficial to go into the testimony or the hearings? What do you
Um,
think, Dolphin? Let me know in chat what you think. Do you think would be
can
more
you show Law
beneficial?
and Crime Network? Because I don't know what
No,
they have. Oh,
no,
okay.
I can't. I'll have to use Court TV because they're cool with.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, on crime. All right, and I want to say I'm kind of glad I rewatched it because I wasn't I wasn't I didn't get as upset as I thought I did in the moment. I thought that I was a lot more upset. So I'm glad to see when I'm reflecting back on myself from yesterday morning. I'm glad to see that my passion and my emotion didn't get the best of me there. Um, it's good to see uh, that I kind of kept it together there because, man, yesterday I was definitely upset, shaking and all sorts of shit. And that's why I put that graphic content up there in the top right of the screen because I knew, there's a lot of bombs going off when it comes to the words. Um, so that's why I put that up there. But I want to say thank you for your help in that, Dolphin. I definitely got to make the highlight tomorrow for sure. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out.
Oh, are we live?
Yeah, we're live now.
Again?
Yeah,
Okay.
we're live now. Yep. I know.
Sorry.
It was tough. It was tough. But man,
It was
I'm
really
glad.
weird. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what? It is fun. It's a little embarrassing, but it is
Mm-hmm.
fun. It is fun to do that from time to time. Everybody loves it when I do it on here, especially when I'm watching like month uh a month old YouTube show CJ when shit's all over the place. But um yeah, definitely definitely interested. I'm definitely gonna have to spend some time tomorrow morning making that highlight. It's probably gonna take me quite a bit just because I have to figure out all the timestamps and cutting out the stuff that isn't relevant to the topic of the conversation and such and all the different breaks and you're probably talking like 10 or 12 timestamps I gotta figure out. So it'll take some time. But I'm definitely gonna to give every attempt to try and get it done in the morning. I do have some football stuff over at the lounge that I'm doing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm going to be doing some stuff with the fellas, with the coaching stuff that we're going to be doing coming up for the true crime content creators, coaching a football team for a whole season. We'll be doing the games on this channel because it will include true crime content creators. Myself and the coordinators are going to be they're true crime creators as well, whether it comes to opinions or shows. And some of the special guests are going to be special guests for coaching. They're also going to be true crime, and that's even if they enjoy football or not. It's just going to be a community thing. It's going to be just another way to include community, and another way for us to hang out and enjoy and have some laughs, and not always talk about the ugly stuff that we do 90% of the time. So if you want to come hang out tomorrow during the early afternoon, we're going to be fooling around over there, hanging out. And then tomorrow night, I'll be putting the notification out tomorrow. Tomorrow night is our Sunday night game show night. I'm going to be focusing on Family Feud and Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? So if you're interested in being an open panel contestant on any of those shows, get ready, because we're going to be doing it tomorrow night. Again, thank you, Dolphin, so much. I appreciate you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
You know,
Let me step down so you can end your show by
oh, it's fine.
yourself.
Yeah, I'm ready to pass out. But you know what? I had to do it all tonight. You know,
Yeah.
listen, we had to knock it out. We got more stuff coming up. We're going to be finishing up the Grub Truck finale deep dive. If you're not familiar with that, go check out my past lives, the Grub Truck deep dives. We're going to be doing the finale coming up with that. We're going to be going into the witness's testimony from the court hearing and some of the stuff with the DNA, some experts that I want to show for that. And then we're going to be starting to go into the body cams deep dive. We did a little bit of that earlier this week. If you want to see one of those episodes, very interesting body cam that we checked out. We're going to be checking all of them out coming up soon, starting that one off. Multi-episode playlist for the body cam deep dives. We're going to be doing it all. So that'll all be coming up. And plus, we'll be covering a couple other cases as well. So a lot of stuff to bring to you. I appreciate your company, your conversation, your peace, positivity, and your progressive approach, and being included into the atmosphere of us and what it's about. So thank you so much, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow 2 times on one channel and the other. And good night, everybody. Thank you so much for your company. I appreciate you 150%.